So are we back?
So sorry, there was some technical error and the meeting was ended. So
Yeah.
sorry for that. Yeah, please continue with your topic.
Yes. So welcome back, everyone, and me as well. I was thrown out here for a short while. It's good to see that there are technical problems that are globally; they're not locally. So the medical profession, I was talking about the medical profession and also the narrative of how we see our profession and our task and place. And the medical profession goes decades back. We have been caring for patients for thousands of years. So we have a generic view and historic knowledge of how to take care of patients and behave. And we also have an ethical framework securing this. But we have always developed. It's not static, the role of the profession. So if you're a medical student today, it's your pathway might be a very classic one, a pathway walked by many predecessors, but it's not fixed. And it doesn't mean that that will be static and forever, because it is changing, it is developing. That's the nature of the profession. That's the nature of medicine. We have always taken on new challenges and developed. Just see also the number of women in medicine. There are more and more women in medicine. It was from start an abbreviation, something different, and now it's coming for. It's standard. And when medical technology developed and digital technology came into medicine, we dealt with that as well, and we have developed. So back to the medical students and the future again, 40% or 10%, and it will differ, but a larger portion will go into medical technology, and that's also part of medicine. If you go into a hospital today, there's lots of technology. It's high tech all over in many places. We have airspace technology in medicine, but at the same time, it's performed many ways in a classic way. We care, and humbleness and caring and compassion will never go out of fashion. But we will perform high-tech technology, medicine, hopefully also in a more high-tech environment for our work conditions. Because the work conditions for many doctors around the globe is very tough, and they're very exposed. They work very tough hours and under poor conditions. So hopefully we will have an upgrade. So we will have modern technology and modern equipment also. So I wanted to have some brief comments on the caring, because the caring, taking care holistically of the whole situation is probably the basis of medicine, and also helping patients to help themselves. And I must say also to help the physician. If we go 30 or 20 years back, we didn't talk so much about the physician itself. It was not so legitimate, and the working conditions were expected to be tough, and you were expected to cope with it. Today, we have another view of that. We have included in our founding documents, the Declaration of Geneva, that the physician also needs to care for oneself. I am obliged as a physician to see to my own health as well, so that I can care for my patients. And this is important to know. It is okay for doctors when you go out in the workforce. Hello, Ravi. Nice to see you. Yeah, it is okay, it is legitimized to say that I need to care for myself as well so that I can care for my patient. It's actually your duty. Many physicians around the world work very long hours, and it's very important that we take care of each other as well. Many physicians work as solitary. We work independently, and these are two different things. When you go out in the hospitals or in the field and work, many doctors work very much alone. In many areas of the world, you will be maybe one single doctor and a lot of patients. But even in hospitals with a lot of physicians, you will perform medicine many times alone at night, making very tough decisions. But even if you're working independently alone, you need to take help from your colleagues. And it's okay to say that I need to consult with my colleagues and take care of myself. I have been working for 18 hours. I really need sleep. So that was to being alone when you perform a medicine. So when you go out, we have, and as a response to that, we have written this into our founding documents. I would also say something about the profession, because professional autonomy is important. There is a quote by William Osler. He's a very famous physician. We have quite a few famous physicians in our history. But he says, the most important thing is caring. So do caring first, and then you can inspire hope and trust to the patient. So I started out and talk a little bit about the medical technology and the space technology and the really forefront. But as I also said, caring and compassion, that will never go out of fashion. That will always be important. So medicine is much about that. And of course, it's not about intended kindness, but it's a combination of that. Also go down in my speech what I have written. I would come back to the work situation, and there are high demands on a physician, and there is comprehensive personal responsibility. You're responsible as a person, and this is double. After when the WMA was founded after the World War II, that was that we should not be there again, where the physician could not separate themselves from the system. Physicians were during World War II part of the system and state system, and were following what was comme il faut, they said. And we said that should never happen again. That's why it is so important that the profession has autonomy. I do make my decision personally. I separate myself from the system. I can take independent, autonomous decision. I will carry the burden of it as well, which you will notice could be very heavy but it's so important for the patients that we continue to make independent decisions. That's why the medical profession has such an important position in society, because the physician can make independent decisions. They can look to the whole population and speak out for the patients. Many patients are vulnerable groups, and by speaking up for the patient, we can be an independent and very strong voice to society. And that's something I want you to, if I can send you with you something for the medical students, I think that's a very important position. And again, that makes us also vulnerable. It's quite it's a very important position, but it's a heavy position to take and speak up for the patients in different various systems. What you will also experience when you go out is the lack of resources, and it comes down to priorities many times. So physicians in the end of the day, make the actual priorities in many healthcare systems. And many times physicians are best equipped to do that, because they can look at the patient and say, okay, should I prioritize this or should I prioritize this? And it's part of the medical profession to prioritize as well. Just as we have to, in dialogue with the patient, say, okay, you can go this pathway or we can do it this way, and the patients will be there, and we will help them prioritizing their care. So I speak on. You stop me if you have any questions, Alicia. I would also like to say something. I can't hear you.
The one thing that you said, like decision making, being a doctor, and handling your patients is something that is very much needed. Because we see a lot of cases of violence against doctors these days. So yes, you put up a very good point. And one following question that I would like to ask you is, how do you manage, when a patient needs care, but they are denying that I do not want to take this care because maybe the surgery or anything, any consultation or any reports, they're expensive and they're not able to afford it. So how do you manage such kind of patients and tell them that this is necessary for you?
Yeah, there you are on the top of the profession's daily issue many times.
Yes.
And there can be various reasons why patient decline examination or treatment. Could be everything from religious beliefs to financial issues. They might not have the money, and distrust in medicine or the system. So we see this over the world, and there are many components to secure that patients will take the treatment. A highly actual situation today is the issue of vaccines. Will the patient take the vaccine, for example, COVID vaccine? And so I'll try to specify and answer as good as I can to your question. It's about trust in the system. That's why our ethical frameworks are so important, to make patients and populations trust the system, trust the physicians, that we always put our patients first, that we only care and make our decisions independently, and that there is an ethical framework. The Declaration of Helsinki is stating this, and in most systems around the world, this is implemented in science and in the healthcare systems, and this is to foster the trust of the patients in the system and also to the physicians. That must be a founding basic. Then there is also, of course, when it comes to the trust and the relation between the patient and the individual physician. And doctors are trained in that and very aware of the necessity of building trust between them, so that the patient know that the recommendation we make are for their best, not for the financial best for the physician. So, and as a third thing, we strive for universal health coverage, which means that everyone should have access to healthcare. And we see that healthcare is local business, so it's not the same system all over. In some countries, healthcare is a benefit. The better work you have, better job you have, the better healthcare insurance you have. But then it's driving. Healthcare is something luxurious, a benefit. Whilst we know that for society, it's much better to say that everyone should have care and the one that needs it the most should be prioritized. If we do that, patient will not have so difficult and will not have financial difficulties and the issue of not being able to pay or have to afford treatment. So again, that must be in the dialogue. And we of course cannot force patients to have treatments. So it's about having a dialogue and using our position in society. Again, this shows why it's so important that physicians are a part of the system and can promote health care for everyone. I sometimes get asked by medical students why are physicians so much out talking about everything from education to water, access to fresh water, and so on, and not only talking about the medical treatments or diagnostics and treatments? Well, it is because there are so many other factors that are determine health. When you go out in the world as medical students, when you graduate and go out, you can go and work with public health, and that will have much greater impact on the health of your patients than maybe I can as an anesthesiologist in the intensive care. So this is important. It was a long answer to your issue or to your question.
It would really help. The trust is something very important, as you said, between a doctor and a patient to build a relationship, for sure.
Yeah. But we need to address the harassment of doctors. Doctors are in the forefront. And what we see around the globe is unacceptable, and it's increasing. And there must be a safeguard for the patient. We must for the physicians. We see that more and more hospitals now they're putting up fences and glass walls so that if there is a big demonstration coming in, the healthcare personnel can pull back. It's a sign of a more tense world, and we see it all over the globe. And this also if you go back, it was difficult for physicians to put up this and say, hey, I'm being attacked. Am I really entitled to go out and perform medicine when I'm being attacked? It was difficult for the medical profession to say, yeah, it's okay to pull back and say, hey, this is not reasonable. That has come the today. First, a real talk about that. When you say, okay, if you are being attacked, it's you have to pull back, and that's all okay, because you need to protect yourself. You can't help anyone if you're being attacked yourself. But in many parts, we have seen that the society rely on the physician taking the whole responsibility, and the society or the system pulls back and say, okay, we provide healthcare. The doctors are responsible. They carry the whole responsibility. That's very heavy. So there must be a shared responsibility. And it must be in every system legislation that is not putting the physicians on the risk. And what we see, we've also seen it in India, that physicians can be accused of hurting their patients as well. And if such a system is not fostering good health for the population, because then physicians need to pull back. It's too dangerous, and it's unacceptable, because we are in the service of humanity and doing good. So yeah, we got a little bit off topic here. Let's scroll down. I also think that it's important that we see to that medical students, young doctors, have a fast succession. In many places around the world, we see that it takes too long time between end of the education, you graduate, and until you are established as a physician. Many young physicians work short-term contracts. They work in insecure positions. They float around in the system. It takes many years before they are established as a physician in a facility, have a secure job, and have feel that they are established as physicians. And that time is too long. We cannot afford in the world to have such a long transition period. It's just to see to the need for healthcare personnel and the need for physicians is so much higher than what there are physicians today. And that's why we need to get the young doctors to be established on the labor market faster, so that they can have their place for themselves, but also for society. We'll see that, but it's not so easy. I've been talking with medical students and young doctors in Australia and New Zealand, in UK, in Europe, and they find that it's difficult to be established. They are needed by society, but they don't necessarily have the work security, and in combination with the risk of attacks. So there is something to do on that. And lastly, I would say something about female physicians, since I started out saying some words about that. There are current 15 female heads of state government, and we are 195 countries around the world. So there are more female role models in high positions. And of course, the World Medical Association, need to reflect the high number of females in the medical profession as well. So it's important that we, as I said, we should not pull up the ladder. We should leave positions for younger physicians and female physicians as well. That's important. That's a responsibility for us as a profession. We also need to be representative. And in many cases, that's a kitchen table discussion at home many times between the duties. But as a physician, it's also important to prepare for the next generation and the generation that is already here on the labor market. There is still many female physicians still experience a conflict between the work at home and family and work, and that needs to be dealt with so that they can be on the labor market as well. There has been a development in many places. So I think I leave it with that. Thank you so much for being part.
Sure. So I have a couple of questions. So one being, when you talked about, female representation and female physicians being, leaders. Relating to that, because the World Medical Association is the largest association over the globe where medical professionals connect, how important do you think women representation in such associations is important?
Well, it's definitely important as role models. We need to show that it's possible. If I can do it, then all of you can do it. So that's of course very important. And we also need to reflect so that the leadership of the highest leadership of the physicians need to reflect their profession that they are representing. How can we represent if we have less contact with if you're not representative of the profession? That's important and is many times underestimated. But yes, it's difficult.
But I'm very happy that the president of World Medical Association is a female, and it speaks louder, that women representation is definitely important and is leading, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, one of the most important things to do is to let go of positions so that young doctors can have the chance to come up and become leaders. We see that in hospitals. We see that in all healthcare facilities. in academy, and also in organized medicine in our organizations. So 2 years ago, no, 1.5 years ago, I let my position go as president of the Swedish Medical Association, so that someone else could have the chance to have the position. That's important to do, and it's difficult many times to let go, so that someone else can to live what we speak. Otherwise, if we don't live by the rules ourselves, it will then we have less legitimacy. Of course.
We have certain questions in the chat also. So it says, how can one be a president at World Medical Association? This one's direct to you.
How one can become one?
Yes,
be.
Like what qualities is needed, what qualification is needed. Yeah, something like that.
Yes, it's not something that fall upon you. It's about engaging like you do. Engage to start. You can do very much when you start in your local community. So I started out myself being engaged in the students' organization, of course. And when after that, I was engaged in the young physicians organization. And then I was leading the negotiation committee for the students. And after that, I was leading the educational board. And I was also a leader of different boards and negotiations and education. So what am I saying? Yeah, say yes. If you get the chance, if you get the opportunity, say yes. Because you never know when the chance will come back again, or if it comes back. So start with the little things and learn how to chair a board. And you can learn that in your small organization or at the local organization at the hospital. I've been chairing boards for 16 years, different ones, and you get experience. So, and I've taken on many small assignments, and if I can, you can, all of you. So say yes, take the opportunity when you get it, and believe in yourself. And build relationships. You must enjoy what you do, and I really, really enjoy what I do to meet people from different countries and systems. Be humble. I'm very humble, and I know I'm not perfect, but many times someone just needs to do the job. There must be an article in a paper and someone needs to write it. Okay, I do it in the end. If no, take the opportunity to.
You need to grab the opportunity. You need to do all that, all that little things, which doesn't matter for now, but it would matter in the long run for sure. Definitely.
Yes. So see to that, and also promote others. I have many times, and I have done something, and then I also see to that someone who can take over after me. It's so important because I make sometimes a better effort in that than what I do on the position. So, and that can be very difficult because when you have reached the position after many years, and it's a good platform, but it's important to let go and say, okay, I have had my time in the spot, and it's very important that I prepare for the next. So I have a large portion of people that I have coached and been mentor for, and they do great.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that is all for now. We're really glad that you took out time and you were present here with us with a very short notice. And I know how busy your schedule was. You definitely told me a no when it was first time and you said, no, I have a busy schedule. But still you made your presence on the timing that we gave you is something that I feel very honored as a secretary of the conference. So I hope we'll do such conferences again, and we'll definitely do some great activities with World Medical Association. And for sure, looking forward to work with you and
Yeah.
discuss with you things that are upcoming for sure. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for giving your
Thank you.
precious time to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So our next guest of honor is Dr. Ravan and he is the treasurer at the World Medical Association. And he has been also serving as the past president at the Indian Medical Association. And he has also done various um, movements that have changed the lives of the medical students. Apart from that, I would like to give a very short introduction that would describe Dr. Ravan Gaitkar. To write the journey or to say the journey of such a personality, a competent healer, and a passionate biker, and a terrific hoopster, a skillful doctor, and a daring checker, a true social worker, and a perfect planner, an excellent orator, and a learned teacher, you yet the eternal learner as well, and a leader. I cannot say much more about Dr. Ravi Vankhetkar, sir. He's a silent admirer for sure. So salute to you, Dr. Ravi Vankhetkar, for serving for the longest time as someone, as a leader from India. And I would really be honored and would like to welcome you to this very conference called Medxa' 2022, powered by Federation of Medical Students Association. So we have our guest of honor. Please welcome Dr. Ravi Vankhetkar.
Thank you, Alisha, for the kind words. My president and ever smiling, beautiful, wonderful president of World Medical Association and a role model for all the female doctors worldwide, Dr. Heidi. Very nice to hear your inspiring speech, especially on the issue of caring, compassion, and building trust. All the young friends, all the organizing team of this event, thank you firstly for inviting me to interact with the segment which I like the most, the young doctors and the medical students. Because it keeps me young. Otherwise, we at IMA or WMA always discuss with older people. And as our arteries also hardened, our ideas are also hardened. So it becomes very difficult to come out with fresh ideas, and that is not an issue at all when I interact with my young boys and girls. Firstly, let me tell you that this upcoming generation of medical students who are going to come in the profession maybe after 7 years, 10 years, and very rightly pointed out by Heidi, the transition from a budding young graduate to an established physician. In India also, it takes 10 to 15 years post MBBS to really settle down. So these young doctors who are going to come into the field after 8 to 10 years will face two major issues. The issues which have started already raising their ugly head, but will take monstrous dimensions in the coming years. Very unfortunately, one obviously is the mixopathy, where the policies of the government is to integrate all the Indian systems of medicine into the modern medicine curriculum, and thereby killing the purity of the modern medicine system. Let me again reiterate that we have nothing against the Indian systems of or the traditional systems of healing. Government should promote them independently, but not try to bring into the modern system of medicine, which has served the universe, the world, and our country so very well. By doing this, by the national policies of the National Medical Commission, the new education policy, I am very sure that after 2030, there will be no pure modern medicine doctor in this country. There will be only hybrid doctors. And such a situation will be totally detrimental to the healthcare delivery system of our country. Not only in our country, but today, for years together, Indian doctors are appreciated worldwide for their clinical skills. That also will get affected, and we will be fast losing recognitions from global associations, various countries, if our curriculum is diluted and made a hybrid curriculum. So that is one danger which one has to be very, very well aware of it and see to it that we fight at all levels to see to it that the purity of the modern medicine is maintained. Another second issue is the mushrooming of medical colleges under the false pretext that India needs more doctors. But if you will see the official governmental figures, India has already crossed the prescribed doctor-patient, doctor population ratio prescribed by World Health Organization. I will not dwell whether that particular ratio, which takes global standards into consideration, whether we can apply it to a country like ours. But if we take into that ratio, we will find that most of the states, especially the southern states, have already crossed that limit. And in the northern part of the country, the urban areas have already crossed. India does not have a shortage of doctors. Make it very clear. The Indian Health Minister has given the statistics in the Parliament in the last winter session. What is our problem is the skewed ratio between certain states. But that dichotomy is there in other developmental goals also. In the field of education, in the field of employment, everything. And the urban and the rural divide is due to bad governance. The government has to see to it that incentives, promotions have to be given to young graduates so that they serve in the rural areas. So today, the way government and the policy makers are trying to establish the medical college or what we call as medical schools worldwide in each district in next 10 years without going into the maintaining the quality of medical education. Quality of medical education is maintained by prescribing and maintaining and enforcing high standards by the medical regulator. Over the years and especially last 2 years, there has been a great dilution. And even premier institutes newly established All India Medical Science colleges, which are supposed to be the jewels of the government medical schools, the newly established AIMS have a deficiency of staff of nearly up to 60%. And if that is the status of newly established AIMS, one can imagine the deficiency of faculty, deficiency of patients in the newly established government colleges and the private colleges. There does not exist teaching staff, and still people are opening medical colleges. The medical education tomorrow is going to be just like what happened with the engineering colleges, what happened with the pharmacy colleges, what happened with management colleges. There is a McKinsey report that 94.6% of Indian engineering graduates do not meet the standards of employment. And unfortunately, 10 years down the line, we will have a same report like for the Indian medical graduates. Again, this is not for us, for the young students, but this bodes very, very bad for the healthcare delivery system of our country. What kind of doctors are we going to produce? Already unemployment in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra for doctors is a great problem. So with these two issues lurking, still I am not cynical because I believe in the power of youth. History is replete worldwide that change, revolution has been started from the university hostels and university campuses. Similarly, change will happen when our young boys and girls will be awakened. And we at the Indian Medical Association, the largest professional association of modern medicine doctors in the world, we have a very firm commitment to our younger generation. Your biological parents may be different, but once you enter the medical school, we are your professional parents, and we are duty bound to see to it that your career, your future remains bright. And through our medical student network, junior doctor network, in collaboration with World Medical Association, we are always striving to take up issues of the medical students. The second aspect, to be a good doctor, a simple formula is to be a good human being. Take any profession. You may be a simple chai wala, you may be a simple bus driver, you may be the topmost doctor, topmost lawyer. To be successful in life, you have to be a good human being. And a good human being means to maintain, follow basic human values. And again, I would re-emphasize the point made by Heidi, the role of ethics. Ethics, ethics, ethics. Today, we see all the issues of violence. We all talk about violence. Yes, we want a strong legislation. But if we look inside, if we introspect, why incidents of violence are happening more and more? Because the trust between a doctor and a patient is lost. Complications occur, death occur. These were occurring since ages together, since the time immemorial when physicians started treating patients. But why do violence occurs? Because now the trust is totally broken. Previously, there was a vertical relation. The physician was demigod. Whatever he is to tell, the patient used to listen blindly. Today, one has to understand, we have to understand that it is a horizontal relation. The patient and the physician have to partner together in deciding their treatment modality. Our physician needs to understand this. And as I was talking about ethics, ethics is the cornerstone of doctor-patient relationship. And ethics is something very difficult. It contains basic human values: compassion, care, being truthfulness, honesty, judicious use of resources. If this cornerstone, if this ethical cornerstone, somewhere if you lose track of it, then the distrust occurs. And once distrust occurs, incidences of violence, incidences of litigations, they are on the rise. So my humble request to all my young boys and girls, IMA is always with you. Be good human beings. Follow ethics in your entire, not only professional career, but personal career also. सत्य परेशान हो सकता है, लेकिन पराजित नहीं हो सकता. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai IM.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi sir. As rightly said, the new medical colleges that are coming up, even I am one of the students at a new medical college, and I truly agree with the shortcomings of a new medical college, with the problems of, faculty members are not there, or say there are shortage of doctors in the hospitals as well. And there are also shortage of wards inside the hospital. I'll tell you, for my college also, it's a new college, and the hospital is just 150 bedded or 200 bedded. So even the student patient ratio, the doctor patient ratio is also something that a new medical college, when it is establishing, I don't know how they are getting the permit, but definitely this issue is globally now, not only in India, and it has to stop to improve the quality of education. And as rightly said, engineers हर घर घर में मिलते हैं. एक ये दिन दूर नहीं है कि घर घर में doctors भी मिलेंगे for sure. So that is a very good point that you put up, and I truly agree with that. And जो ethics की आपने बात करी, like being a nice human being is definitely something that a student should also learn. because he is the future doctor. Being a nice human being, would definitely implement a lot of ethical values. And I really, respect you for taking out some time at a very short notice again. And thank you so much for being a guest of the honor for this conference. And I hope we, along with Indian Medical Association, World Medical Association, do wonders in spreading awareness on such relevant topics for sure in future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next speaker and the guest of honor for the conference 2022 is Dr. J.A. Jayalal, that is the immediate past president of Indian Medical Association. He is also the national head at Indian Medical Association UNESCO Bioethics. He is also the governing council member of the National Board of Examination at Delhi. He has also been served as the vice president for Commonwealth Medical Association, London, UK. He is also the honorary, the professor in Academy of Medical Specialty. He is also the national faculty in Hernia Society of India and national faculty in National Board of Examination. He has also won the Best Doctors Award for Government of Tamil Nadu, the Best Teacher Awards for National IMA, and the Best IMA Secretary Award for 3 consecutive years, 2010, 11, and 12. So I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. J.A. Jayalal, sir, for being the guest of honor and discussing on the topic that is very important as well, that is mental health of students and how to heal thyself. So welcome to Dr. J.A. Jayalal, sir. I guess he has not entered the meeting. We'll just wait for a while for him to join. So Dr. Jayalal sir will be joining in 5 to 10 minutes. So in the meantime, I'll introduce you to the organizing committee of Federation of the Medxa' by Federation of Medical Students Association. And it is such an honor to definitely be a part of the organizing committee as organizing secretary. And I would really thank our advisor, Dr. Sunil Arora sir, who's the secretary at Federation of Resident Doctors Association, and also the chairman of Federation of Medical Students Association, that is FMSA, the organizer of the conference. Apart from that, the patron for the conference is Dr. Sumer Shetty, that is the CEO of TAMS. Thank you so much, sir, for sponsoring the conference. And the chairman for the organizing committee for Medxa' is Dr. Kalsaurabh sir. The co-chairman, that is Dr. Alok Kumar sir, and Dr. Rohan Krishnan sir, and Dr. Shiv Joshi sir. Dr. Alok Kumar sir is the founder of Medicals United. Dr. Rohan Krishnan sir, that is the president of FIMA. Dr. Shiv Joshi sir, that is the co-chairman at the conference and also has served as co-convener, the convener for IMA JDN in 2021. I myself, Alisha Lakhani, who is the acting president at the Federation of Medical Students Association and the secretary for the event, and also your host for the 2 days. Also, the joint secretary, Dr. Meet Bhonia sir. He has also served as the national co-convener of IMA MSN 2019-20. Dr. Dipanshu sir as joint secretary, who is the National General Secretary at Federation of Medical Students Association. Dr. Shushant Goli sir, who is the joint secretary for the conference, is also the vice president at Federation of Medical Students Association. Kushal Pandey as the PR manager, who is the executive editor of Inflame Medical Magazine and finance manager at Federation of Medical Students Association. And lastly, the organizing committee member, that is Abhinya ma'am. She is the registration coordinator for the conference and has served tremendously well to the Indian Medical Association Uttar Pradesh branch. A little bit about Medxa, that learning happens everywhere, not just in classrooms. So, for all the best days of our life, for every miracle of waking up each morning, we want to express how grateful we are to the Lord. So, through this conference, I hope you will all learn a lot. So, you'll also need to get ready for the fun along with learning with all the events that we have. You can check out our brochure on the website, that is there in the description box. I'll just add it. So there are competitions like reels in which you can dance, sing. There are also writing competition, oratory or debate competition. There are also many much more competitions, and there are eye-catchy prizes that you can also win if you are one of the winners of the competition. And you can also showcase your talent and win this exciting prizes and have a fun and get a new experience in the largest conference that is happening in 2022. And you will also get a chance to listen to our distinguished speakers that we are having on board. We are done with some of the speakers. We are still having the conference tomorrow, so you can join in and tune in. You can also share it with your friends and invite them. So that is all from that is all about Medxa. Now, something about today. 14th of May, we had Dr. Rameep Guleria sir, Dr. Ravi sir, and Dr. Heidi ma'am. The sessions are done. For the next session, like the slot 2, we have Dr. Jayalal sir, Dr. Sumesh Shetty sir, and after that we'll have a small lunch break. And after that, again we have a list of speakers as guests, which include Dr. Shubhankar Datta sir, who is also the INICT, the AIMS PG rank holder and working at AIMS, and the other speakers following. So now we have Dr. Jayalal sir connected to us, and I again wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Jayalal sir to talk about the topic Heal Thyself, which is definitely relating to mental health of medical students, which is deteriorating right now. There are a lot of suicide cases that are occurring, and the pressure that is there on the medical students, the examination, not only the examination, but the fear that they have of losing hope. So I welcome Dr. J. Jayalal sir, the immediate past president of IMA and the national award winner for many things, like being the best teacher, being the best doctor for the government of Tamil Nadu, and being the best secretary at IMA for 3 consecutive years. We are really honored with your presence, sir. Over to you. And thank you for accepting as being the guest of honor for our conference.
Alisha, I'm just traveling. Can you give me 5 more minutes, because I will be just reaching the place and then I will be able to join fully. Yes.
Sure, definitely. You can take your time. So meanwhile, I'll introduce you to our conference system. We have conference for 2 days. That is 14th of May and 15th of May. 14th of May, our schedule is as the first slot is already done. The second slot would be having Dr. J. Jayalal sir and Dr. Sumesh Shetty sir at 12 p.m. After that, we'll have a small lunch break, as I said. And after the lunch break, we'll again meet. You will get the links in the description, and also you can follow us on Telegram. Our Telegram handle is Medxacon, MEDXACON. And also you can just come back to the same channel where you're watching the video, that is on the YouTube channel of Inflame Medical Magazine. And after the lunch break, we have sort of speakers that are Dr. Shubhankar Datta sir. He holded AIR 9 in AIMS PG examination and is also working at AIMS, and has also served as secretary for Federation of All India Medical Students Association. At 3 p.m. again, we have Dr. Siv Joshi sir, who has served as the convener for IMA JDN in the past year and the chair in Bioethics UNESCO. And at 4 p.m., we'll be driving through a journey of a doctor who's an influencer. That is Dr. Dhruv Chauhan sir. He has definitely served a lot to the medical students Whenever there's any problem, I am so sure if you're a medical student, if you do not know Dr. Dhruv Chauhan, that is not possible. He definitely posts some certain memes that he relates to medicine, and it is very good to know on how he connects this. So that is also an ability. So I hope you join again after the lunch break. And the lastly, the speaker that we have at 5 a.m., that is Dr. Mayuk Pandit, who would discuss on research and why it is important. If you're preparing for any broad examination, whether it is USMLE, PLAB, or any other CMAT, or anything that would you want to do as your residency in foreign medical colleges, research is something very important, and something that would add on to your resume. And the amount of publications that you have in your name definitely defines the capabilities you have as understanding medicine theoretically. So this is the session for today that we have. And again, tomorrow we'll meet at 10 a.m. where Dr. Aminder Singh Mali, that is the ex-president at RDA AIMS, would be talking about an important topic, that is violence against doctors and how Central Protection Act can come in and protect all of you. And again, at 11 a.m., we have Dr. Kanika Popli and Dr. Shivang. They are the doctor duo couple that we have, who will be talking about how to be a doctor blogger, which might be interesting for you. Do share it with your friends, and again, do follow us on Instagram and Telegram at Medxa'22. So we'll wait for a few minutes for Dr. Jayalal sir to join in. You can take a short break, drink water, stay be hydrated, and come back again in 5 minutes. So, welcome back, everyone. There's a small announcement to make here. So, whatever competitions that Medxa conference is organizing, for example, essay writing, research article, real competition, meme competition. So, we already have cash prizes for that, and we right now have received a really good news for all of you who are going to participate in the event. That innovative publication, that is a publication that deals with research, would be sponsoring gifts for all the winners for the competition. So do participate in a maximum number to gain the cash prizes as well as prize that is by innovative publication. For more details, you can check out our Instagram and check out about the details of the competition. Again, our Instagram handle is Medxacon, Medxacon. So do go and check on our Instagram handle for more details on the competition. So we welcome, after a long wait, for Dr. Jayalal sir for addressing on the issues faced by medical students, that is mental health problems and how to deal with them. So Heal Thyself will Dr. Jayalal sir, the immediate past president of Indian Medical Association and the national faculty member. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alicia, and the entire Inflame Vaccine Group. I'm
Sir,
extremely
you're not
happy.
audible.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're audible, but the sound quality is quite low. If you
Just
can keep your
hold it.
microphone, yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, am I audible now?
Yes,
Still the
you're
sound
audible.
is poor?
Yeah, the sound is poor, but you're audible.
I'm just trying to connect my this one. Okay, I will start and then in between.
Sure, sure.
Hello? Yes,
Yes, you're audible now.
yes, you're audible. Thank you. I'm extremely happy and delighted to be part of this important event which you are organizing. I know that is a good work we are doing among the medical students is really an appreciable one. Especially, I had the privilege to be part of your magazine and the very active, interesting roles which you are playing on that. Now we are going for a 2 days event, which you are going to discuss many things with related to your program, with how best the medical students can be encouraged to be a good citizens of this country and the good future medical doctors of this country. I'm sure that whatever we invest on the medical students are going to be a very important thing because we believe that you are going to be the great pillars of the healthcare system of our country. One challenge which we now face and every day in and out is so much of events which is tracking and piloting the medical students programs. Something like what we see here for the NEET PG, the amount of tussle, amount of problems which we are facing with the NEET PG in the conducting the exam, uh, then again on doing the counseling, doing the every bit of the examination part that we are in a great difficult situation. So at this pattern and how the medical students are going to be the healthy citizens of this country, how you are going to make sure that you will be able to do a greater contribution to this country is the topic which we would like to discuss. Unfortunately, I held up in a very tight meeting, so I'm not able to leave. One thing which we all know, healing is an important event, and healing requires the help of the doctor. But as a doctor who is involved in the healing ministry, as a person who is involved in the healing process, it is also mandatory important that we are healing ourselves. And if we are not giving enough time to heal ourselves, to make sure that we are get empowered, we are get enriched, we are healed, and it will be very difficult for us to exhibit the healing power or the healing touch to the human beings. So what we are going to do that, and how we will be able to make sure that we are healthy and we are empowered and we are healed, so that we will be able to execute or transmit or percolate this healing to the other people. One of the most important thing for proverb, which always used to say, is a physician heal thyself. Healing ourselves is a big concern. It is we as a human being or as a doctor also, we need to have the same kind of experience, and every one of this country is going to face with a healing. So what we are going to do for them? We all believe that healing is not a physical absence in mere absence of the disease, but it is a state of physical, mental, social well-being of that. So when we say that we are healed, that it means that all the components of health and we are able to experience all that. So the first is a physical health. I mean, no one can doubt on that, because we need to have the obtain a good physical health for the person to go and the person to propagate in this life. As a medical student, I need not emphasize on the importance of the physical health, which every one of you are aware of that. Though we are aware, many times we do not have much time to do that for that. But please understand, it is mandatory as a requirement for a doctor to have a good, healthy physical health, in the sense that your BMI, your body weight, your way you are looking, the way you are able to walk around, the extra amount of work which you are going to do. All this is important for you to be a good physically healthy person. But more than the physical health, and we need to have our mental health and the psychosocial health, which is more important in our day-to-day life. And how we are going to make sure of our mental health is a very, very important topic, which every one of us has to get through that. Mindfulness or knowing our mental health is a major challenge which we are facing. Today we are facing every day. If you see last 3 months, 8 PG students, after joining their post-graduation, who were selected through the NEET PG, joined in various medical colleges across the country, but they have committed suicide. This we say when we talk about the suicide, it is not true in only the youth of the other age group, and our own age group people, our own medical students, with a great work they have gone through the NEET PG. They are entering into the medical profession and they are not able to cope up with the situation. We have seen when this NEET PG exam counseling was, everybody was trying to get it postponed. There are few students has committed suicide that as the NEET PG is not extended. So how you are going to build up your mental strength, how you are going to cope up with your mental strength is what we are going to talk about there. And as a proverb, it is very often we used to talk about in the proverb is, you love yourself as you love your neighbor. We always give importance to the second component. It's a loving our neighbor. As a doctor, that we expect that we should not be selfish. We should be always able to spend our time and energy to love others. Yes, indeed, it is true. But the most important thing is loving yourself. And if you are not there to love yourself, and if you are not there to sacrifice and to spend your time to love yourself, I think it is unfortunately, and that will end up in a very disastrous situation. So as a doctor, the first and foremost thing, if you want to have the physician heal thyself concept, that we need to make sure that we are starting loving ourselves. How we are going to do that? Is it an easy job? Many times when we see our friends, when we see our colleagues, when we see our even successful life, we always greet people, we always thank the people. When you are seeing your friends or the classmate after a long time and you are meeting them, you will always hug them, smile at them, and express your gratitude of them. And every day morning that we spend some time and seeing our face in front of the mirror, what is our reaction on looking at us? Are we going to get a feeling of distress on seeing our face? Or are we going to get the feeling of happiness on seeing our face? Are you going to see the face of yourself on the mirror and you say that I love you? Or you say that you are going to hate you? And just remember for a minute, if there is a one person who has scolded you more, if you have scolded somebody more, it must be only you. If you have somebody said you are a useless, it is only you. If you say that I am a useless guy, and many times we always put the blame on ourselves, and we are that beautiful, we are not handsome, we are not having this, we are not having that, and that is creating a problem in your mind that you always keep you in a low esteem. Friends, unless you try to put yourself first and see to that what you are having and what you are experiencing is the greatest power in you, greatest joy in you, it will not be possible for you to transmit the health and joy to other people. So it is mandatory, as you are going to talk about the physician heal, that the important foremost is love yourself. And fly is a word which we use. First, love yourself. If you are not able to love yourself, no one is going to love you. If you are not able to accept yourself, no one is going to accept you. So whatever may be your iniquities, whatever may be the problems you are facing, whatever may be the difficulties you are facing, and it is most important that you need to see to that you are able to accept yourself, love yourself, and able to go ahead with the things which we are able to do in your life. So that is the first and foremost thing as a mental health. What we talk about is you are trying to exclusively give some time to you. Many times when we win something or when we succeed in something, we always give treat to others. But have you ever given a treat to exclusively for you, for all that you are, what you like and what you want to have, and are you able to have a time to spare for you? Many times at the pretext of joining the class on time, or the pretext of going to the ward and OP on time, you have forgotten to have taken your breakfast. You have forgotten to take your regular bath. You have forgotten to take your makeup. And all that you say that it is for the sake of others. But my friends, my colleagues, and I urge you to see to that, and please see to that, and you are exclusively dedicating some time for you to build up, to love yourself, to exclusively appreciate yourself, to exclusively see to that your passion, the love is, you are trying to put yourself in a healthy atmosphere. And if you cannot give time for you, if you cannot, dedicate an exclusively time for build up, and always you are going to end up in the drained out, or you are going to burned out, or you are going to be in a very distressed situation. You will not be able to face the situation in a forward way. So first is a fly, or the first love yourself. And there is difference in that. Love is also a dangerous in the sense, if you say that the self-love going to the extent of narcissism. Narcissism, I'm not talking on the narcissism. Narcissism is a self-love you are having and trying to utilize all others for your self-boasting. You are going to become a boss, or you are going to see to that utilize others for the sake of yourself. That is not that narcissistic love, but the self-love, accepting yourself and understanding yourself, able to give the some time for yourself, and then definitely that you will be able to go ahead in the life, go ahead. The second most important virtue, if you want to give yourself as a mental health, and you need to be get motivated for something to achieve. And if you are decided to have the motivation of the internal energy to be created in your body, internal energy to be produced, and you need to have the two components in the life to have a real motivation. We always used to say that the motivation is a valency into expectation. I know for sure that there is so much of lottery tickets are being sold in our country. Many of us will not be interested to go and buy a lottery ticket. It may be even have the 1 crore as a prize money. But many of us will not interested. But we will not, as we do not believe that this buying this lottery will be giving me a money, and that concept, that project, and when I am not believing that, I am not confident on that, I will not be indulged in that activity. Motivation is exactly like the same. And if you do not believe that this you will be able to achieve, and this I can able to get it for myself, and it is useful for myself, and you will not be able to have a passive and equilibrium understanding. When there is a NEET examination is there, PG examination is there, there is a big conflict is going on into the every medical student, whether I will be able to pass through. And you will say, if you are not loving yourself, you will say, I am an unlucky person. For me, the questions will come in a tough way. If I do, this will not be work out. And you will be always put the negative things. And if you are putting the negative thing, and if you are not confidently believe that you will be able to clear this NEET exam, you will not be able to succeed on that. That is what motivation be mean. The motivation is valency into expectation. That expecting that something that you will be able to get. And also that expecting that valency, that you have the power, you have a strength, you have an energy, you have yourself has the capability to solve this issue, to get into that issue, overcome that issue, then only you will be able to get through that. And first, the second most important thing, and we need to apply to the passive healing ourselves, to have that power of that motivation within us. Motivation is not someone else is going to give. It is not something else is going to give. It is yourself. And you need to develop on yourself. And if you have that developed, and when you have that developed by believing in yourself, that you will be able to get into that. The third most important thing which I will urge for every doctor and every medical student to have is a confidence in yourself. And as we said, all these are interrelated. Your self-love with yourself, or the motivation of achieving something which you are believing. And this most important thing is confident or believe in yourself. Many times if you look at the small bird, which is very small, where it can fly anywhere, it can go and sit on a branch of a tree which is very tender or very, very slim branch. But you and I cannot go there, because we believe if I go to that small branch, the branch will fall or branch will break. So if the branch is breaking, I will fall down. I will not be able to sustain. But what the bird will think, I will be sitting there. Even if the branch is breaking, I can fly. I will not fall down. So that confidence of the bird which has, that will be enabled that to go to that extreme and sit in on that. So that confidence we always need to have in our life if we want to achieve something more, something great in our life. If you feel that your NEET exam or your profession is going to be one which is going to be achievable by you, and that is not going to determine that who you are, that is only the tool for us to go forward. And with that open mind and the confidence, if you are going ahead, then definitely that you will be able to succeed. I always used to remember a story which has been told about the Obama and his wife. Both of them went for a shopping once, and when they, after the finishing the shopping, they went to a petty tea shop to have a cup of coffee. When they were having the coffee, the owner of the tea shop came there, and he looked at them, and he was very much delighted to see them. And he went to the Obama and his wife and said, asked Obama permission to talk with his wife exclusively for some time. Without Obama, he wanted to talk with the wife of Obama for some time, and Obama also accepted for that. He agreed for that. So both of them went to the next or few tables apart, and they sat there and they started talking. They laughed with each other. They were literally enjoying the time. And after some time, Obama's wife came back, and Obama was little curious enough to ask, what happened and who was he and why you are so happy after meeting him? And that time she said, look, Obama, he was my first lover before I came in touch with you and contact with you. And he was my lover, and we were very good friends, and we were sharing this. She started telling something good about that guy. Little time, Obama was a little upset. After some time, Obama started laughing. When she started laughing, that Obama's wife asked him, why you are laughing? Obama said, look, I'm just imagining the situation. If you have not come and met me, and you would have married this gentleman, and you will be now sitting in this tea shop and counting the penny cash. You will not have enjoyed the White House, and what a hilarious lifestyle you would not have. You will be only sitting in this petty small shop, and you will be just going ahead. But at that time, Obama's wife looked at him very little emotionally and angrily and said, look, Obama, if I would have not met you and I have married this gentleman, remember, he would have been the president of US, not you. So she says that it is not that because president that I have married you, because you are married to me, that you were able to become the president. And if the same thing happened to this gentleman, he would have become the president of US and not you. That is the confidence. It is not that whether you are going to get a MS general surgery or you are going to get the MD medicine, and it is because of you. It is the syllabus. The degree is going to be get merited, and you are not going to be determined by what you are going to get, but what you are going to get is going to be validated or powerful by the power you are having. So that a confidence that everything that you will be able to achieve, that a belief on yourself, and you need to create, and that will heal yourself. When you are in a depressed mood, when you are feeling that you are frustrated, when you think that it is not going to be happening in my life, and when you have the spark of the confidence in you, and that is going to save you. Believe that confidence is not that what you are going to get and everything is there. Confidence is a one word which you are going to have, even something against you is happening. Everything goes in a negative way. But still, if you are going with the confidence that you will be able to face the situation, it is like a face mask that always you need to wear in your life. Always you need to take in your life in a way that you go in that way. And that comes only when you have that attitude is building on you. When you have the passive attitude. And that when you are able to build in your mind and build in your heart. And that is going to give you that confidence in you that you will be able to succeed in that. That is the attitude is going to determine the altitude to which you are going to go. And the attitude is going to determine how much you are going to experience the power of healing in yourself, the power of health in yourself, the power of well-being in self. That all depends upon it. How you are going to look at the things which is happening in your life, how you are going to take it in a positive way. There's a beautiful book by Secret. The book of it is a Secret, and it is going to talk about the success in the life and how you are going to have the positive attitude or believing something, and that is going to transfer your life into a positive lifestyle. And many times when we go for any incident or anything to happen, when we are going with a negative attitude, then that is going to be the end of the success of your life. This is true for doctors to the maximum level. When we are going to see a patient who is in a dead bed in an ICU, and then the patient is going to operate for a very complex procedure, and when you are not going to think on the positive side of that more, and if you are going to think on the negative side, then you will be going to doomed to die. There was a lady who was undergoing marriage. That marriage function was happening in a marriage hall, which was beautifully erected marriage hall. All her relatives were there. And this boy and girl, they were just knotted their tie and they were just going around the lamp. They used to have the culture where there will be the kutuvulakwa, the lamp will be there. Then these people will have to, the wife and the husband has to walk around that. This lady was just started imagining that if my sari, I am wearing a beautiful dress, this garment of the marriage, and if this light with a burning fire on that, if there is a glimpse of the fire is getting into this my dress, what will happen? She was thinking, my entire body will start burning. Seeing that my husband will come and try to douse the fire, and by that time that the husband will also get the fire, then the surrounding people all run and they will try to douse the fire, and they will also get the fire. That fire will expand. This whole pandal or this marriage hall will get fired, and it will collapse and everybody will die. And then she started crying on that. That is a small spark of thinking that this fire, if it gets into my body, and she is escalating that to the level, that thinking to that extent of making sure that everyone, if we are seeing, they will die on that thing. That is the negative attitude can kill you. Attitude can spoil your life. And if you can think that in a positive way, if the fire comes and yes, it will be doused immediately, we have that enough experience for that, enough protocol for that. And that is what is more important if you want to have experience of healing yourself, any difficult situation, anywhere you are going. Do not interpret things in a different way. There was a family of mosquitoes were there. This mosquito family, they used to have an official, night they have a meeting. Every day these mosquitoes go out and come back and see that experience, explain their theory experience to the mother. One day this is a mosquito, is the first time it has gone out for flying and seeing the world. And it went into a conference hall. And when this was making some noise in the front of the man's ear, the man started clapping. And when it went back, again he clapped. When he went up, again he clapped. This mosquito thought his noise he is making, this man is very happy. He is clapping for the sake of this mosquito. But really the man has clapped just to kill the mosquito. But if the mosquito was able to see to that, somebody is clapping, that means to encourage me, means to induce me, to make me, to empower me. So that taking the negative things into a positive things and making things in a positive perspective is going to make sure that life you are going to get is going to be the healing on that. My friends, my dear beloved brothers and sisters, and the most success of your life depends upon then how positively minded you are looking into it. The big sea with a ship, which is the largest ship, it can easily float on that. It can easily go on the ship. The ship can go on a plenty of the ocean, it can float. But if there is a small hole comes into that, and if there's a little amount of water is entering into the ship, there is the end of the trailing journey of the ship. The ship will start sinking on that. Similarly, in your life, and if you are allowing the negative comments of the people, negative attitude of the people, and perceiving the negative way the people thinking and looking at you, and that is going to be the end of your life. So always have to have a positive attitude surrounding that. Understand, life without pain has no meaning. Life without pain has no gain. If your life is having a no pain, no difficulty, that is not a life which you are enjoying. I know a people who is in an ICU is the most important people in my life who has no pain. They can't breathe. There is a right tube, the oxygenation is going through the endotracheal tube. Their kidney will not function. That is being taken care by the dialysis. Their heart is not functioning. That will be connected to their monitor. So probably only those people cannot experience pain. And if they are not painful, if you are not experiencing pain in your life, and you will not be able to go forward. Remember the ECG. When we look at the ECG, if there is an ups and down, then only we say that person is alive, whether it's a Q wave or the P wave or the QRS wave, whatever the wave you say to that. But then only we know that it is the patient is alive. And if it is a flat wave, and if it is a wave, there is no oscillation, no ups and down, that means that he is not going to be, he is living, he is dead. The person is dead. So if you want to live, if you want to be healthy, if you want to feel that experience of the healthiness in your life, always remember that you are going to have that ups and down in your life. That ups and down is going to make sure that how best you are going to live. You would have seen people in the roller coaster. You would have gone to the exhibition. The people will be living in the roller coaster, and the roller coaster is going ups and down. Have you observed the people who are there, their experience? There are some people will cry, some people will laugh, some people will close their hands, some people will clench their hands and neighbor hands, they will have been looked upon that. And all that happens because the same reaction, the roller coaster is going ups and down. It is not that what is going to determine your life is, but how you are perceiving that, how you are going to take up that situation is going to make sure that how you are going to experience that. The good tea, the taste and the smell of the good tea is coming only when you are going to put it in a very hottest water. If you are going to put in a cold water, you are not going to get the taste of the tea. So when you are subjected to the NEET exam, when you are going to face a tough challenge, when you are sure that 1.5 lakhs or the 2 lakhs people are writing the same exam and you are also going to be put into that test, and there comes your success. There comes your success when there is a water is hard, that you are going to make sure your aroma is coming out. So it is not that the surrounding, it is not the challenge, it is not the problem which is going to determine what you are going to come, but the confidence which you have and how you are going to see into that the pain and again in your life, that is going to be the make sure. Always remember, the end of the door may not be the end. What you are seeing at an end, if you are walking on a street, you may look from the distance, showing that the door end, the last but end is end, but it can be a bent. That only it will be visible to you when you are reaching to that point. And looking at behind, you will always see that is a very dead end. Many times the medical students feel that NEET examination is the end of my life. I will not be able to do that. I will not be able to grow that. Please remember, you go to that space, see that the bends there. It will be just turning around. It will make you to take you in the right region. So all that will be able to come only when you are going to take a positive or the belief in yourself. That is, you are making sure your mental health is going to be in that. The surroundings is not going to determine that what you are, but what you are going to determine that what you are going to get in that. That is to be possible only when you are concentrate and focus on that. Remember, in the medical students, the healing yourself, though we talk about the self-healing, but it is also important the team effort. The team is that together everyone achieve more. It is not that alone we can succeed. It is with a team. It is how we are going to take the people along with us and how we are going forward is going to be important. So it is, do not try to go alone, but always try to take a chunk of your friends with you, chunk of your colleagues with you. That will always encourage you and empower you, always interest on you and put you in the right perspective of going forward. And do not ever believe that you will be rejected by somebody, you will not be accepted by somebody. Remember, if you are going to the shop or a big mall to buy something, I will maybe going and buying a pen costing around 1,000 rupees. We have a Sumar Sethi is here, he may get the pen for the costing 20,000 rupees. In That doesn't mean when I am getting a pen for the 1,000 rupees, the pen which is there costly of 20,000 rupees is not worthy. Why I am not choosing that? Because I do not have the enough money to buy the cost of the 20,000 rupees pen. So someone is rejecting you, someone is not buying you, someone is not accepting you. Please do not think that you are at fault. That person is not worthy enough to get you. He is not having enough to make you to reach that place. If you are not getting a particular place, don't think that you are not worthy, but it is the person is not worthy to get you. So you must not feel that someone is rejecting me, people are not accepting me. People will accept only that what they can get. I can buy things only what the money I have in my pocket. I cannot buy things which is not in my pocket money. So you are unique, you are special. Always take care that you are going to experience that. I want to say, my dear beloved colleagues, if you want to be healthy, never be serious, but be sincere. The serious people has to be in the ICU, but the sincere person has to be the successful one. At the end of the day, if you can do, I can say that I have done what is possible, what is expected of me to the sincerely best possible way, that you are the excellent guy, you are the best guy. But if you are going to worry about your outcome, you are going to worry about the result, if you are going to only see and decide you how you got the result, you are not a person who is going to be healthy, and you will be always in a worried way. It is not the outcome is going to decide, but the process is going to decide that how best you are going to do. It is not that the ultimate gain you are going to get, but how you are enjoying the journey, that is going to get. When you are preparing for your +2 exams, people always say focused on one thing, look at only one thing, and then you will succeed. But as a doctor, it is not so. You need to experience everything. It is not just looking at only one thing, one goal. It is simultaneously looking around you, simultaneously looking what is happening around you, enjoying every bit of your journey. That will make you to reach to the higher position on that. So please ever do not get stressed out, do not get burned out, always go in a positive. If I ask you to lift your hand, everyone can do it easily. If I ask you to keep the hand raised for 5 minutes, yes, you will be able to do that. But if the same event, I am asking you to keep the hand raised for 24 hours, that is going to be a stress. That is going to be a difficult thing. So stress is one. It can be a eustress, which is going to make you healthy. And if you're going to be a distress, it is going to make you unhealthy. So always have stress in your life. Always have difficulties in your life. Always have challenges in your life. That is going to make you healthy. It is not sitting idle, but challenging, facing it, making it. It is going to make you shine more, do better things more and more, and you will become a great person in the days to come. So I am so thankful to you for giving this opportunity to share with you. Unfortunately, my PowerPoint is not working, so that I just shared with you the feeling. But as my experience, coming from a rural village, raised into the state of the National President of Indian Medical Association, one thing I have learned in my life, the success of secret is believing yourself. The success of your tree is accepting the challenge, and accepting the challenge with a positive mind and proceeding with that. And if you can do that, you will feel healthy, you will feel safer, you will be brighter. And I wish all the good future and fortunes for you, and looking forward to see you all in a wonderful, healthy human and citizens in the country to serve others. And we have a word which we say, if you want to be happy, do not get married. If you want to give the happiness to someone, get married. That is true for doctor also. If you want to have a selfish healthy, do not get into the profession. But if you want to give the happiness to someone, happiness to joy to some other, the millions of people going to come with the tears. It's the right profession you have chosen, and wish all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jayalal, sir,
Before
for
Alicia
taking
says,
our
sir, I
precious
want to
time.
say I am privileged to be able to hear your session live. Actually, it's highly positive, sir. And I think you spoke from heart, not from a PowerPoint. You spoke from heart. I think you have given the most important gems to the students, that it is the journey that matters as a doctor, not the destination, sir. I'm really honored to be able to hear you live today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Definitely, everything that he said came from directly from the heart. And I know Dr. Jayalal sir personally. I met him for 3 to 4 times, and he is a wonderful person by heart. And apart from that, the session that he delivered, that would definitely, I think, every student must watch it. The way he explained that, self love is also important. If you won't love yourself, you will reach nowhere. Apart from that, the confidence part. If you know Priyanka Chopra, she's a
Yes.
celebrity, and some interviewer asked her what is the best thing that makes a woman beautiful, and she said what should she wear to look beautiful, and she just replied that confidence is something that you need to wear, and you look beautiful in all the phases in your life. So he rightly explained what is the meaning of confidence, why you need to carry it, and if you believe that you can do something, it is all the mental thing that is there. If you believe that I'll succeed in the exam, you would definitely succeed. If you believe that there's only 7 days left, I can do nothing, you would go nowhere. But if you utilize this 7 days, if you see, you break down, every day has 24 hours, and if you think that way, you will achieve bigger. Thank you so much for this inspiration, sir. And I think it would definitely help the students who are protesting for NEET PG postpone. I think I'll definitely share with them to inspire them. Thank you so much for joining.
I think the most important thing that sir mentioned was that, it is how you react to the situation. Like, I loved the idea that he shared with, like, if you put a potato in boiling water and an egg in boiling water, they respond differently. One becomes harder, one becomes softer. So it's about your reaction. And I think Professor Jailal has, I think, wide experience in life and in medicine. I think he is able to put them together. And he's talking not only about medicine, he's also talking about life. So you can apply it not only to this NEET PG, you can actually apply these principles in life, I think. Sir, any final words from your side? Any one line from your side to boost up the NEET PG aspirants this year?
No, be confident that you will be definitely be successful. These will have a lot of opportunity. I must not only from my personally, and from the IMA also, I would like to thank Dr. Sumar Sethi and his team for an excellent altruistic service which he is doing to boost up the morale of the people to face this very difficult NEET PG. I wish all the best, and when we have people like this, we are selflessly working for the welfare of our medical students. I think the impossibles can be definitely be achieved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And sir, I am your big fan after today's speech. Beautiful, sir. Actually beautiful. I actually loved every word of it.
Now you are going to talk, no, sir?
I think so, but I think Alicia has logged off. So I assume, we have to start.
Yeah.
So let me ask Alicia, Dr. Alicia, are you around?
Hello,
Alicia, tell us.
am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
So sorry, it was disconnected for a while. So next speaker and the guest of honor for today that we have is definitely Dr. Sumesh Shetty, sir. As you can see, he's a radiologist, and he's an educator and author of many books that are inspiring to students. He has been educator for many years and a radiologist that everyone looks for. And he is also the founder and CEO of Delhi Academy of Medical Science that caters NEET PG, Next, and USMLE coaching for medical professionals. So I welcome you wholeheartedly to this very conference and sponsoring us and having a great span of speakers with us. Thank you so much for having coming here and addressing a very good topic, a students-oriented topic, which is educational, that is called NEET PG and Next, how to go about it, and how to serve and stand the changes that are occurring these days, since there's a lot of chaos about these examinations these days. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for giving your precious time to us and discussing about this topic.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia. And, I think when you gave me this topic to talk about, that how to go about NEET PG or Next, I was wondering, like, which NEET PG should I talk about? The one which will happen in the next 7 days, or one which will happen 1 year later? or so yesterday after the court judgment, my own inbox and my own WhatsApp is all full of, sir, how to go about the final 7 days. And there is another batch of students who are saying, sir, what if it happens in January, how will we manage? So what we are now looking at is we are in a zone where we are in a phase of accelerated change. Now, change is always there, and I will take try my best to keep a crisp talk about how the exam system in India has evolved. And I will also talk about how all this has accelerated and become a bit chaotic in the last 2 3 years, and how it would evolve in the next quarter or next few years. Now, number one thing that we all need to know is
Sir,
that,
can you just wait for a while?
yeah.
The live is not integrated. Just for a while. Can you see the live?
Yes, I can see. I think you are not the host now. That is why you might not be able to see it.
Okay.
Should I?
Just for 2 to 3 minutes. Let me just confirm, or else.
I can see it on the YouTube. It's coming. Don't worry.
Okay, then you may go on. Sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting.
No problems. No problems. See, so the important thing is that this is like whenever the government or the ministry or whenever the exam bodies, they talk about that they are going to change the exam system, the students they sometimes go into a panic mode, and they're like, how, what will happen? So first and foremost is, I want to reassure you, I want to tell you all that they will not ask physics, they will not ask geography, they will not ask chemistry in your next exam. It will remain medical sciences. So first and foremost is, if I'm good at my subjects, the changes will affect me less. If I'm only studying and rote learning some MCQs and thinking that this is going to be the pattern always, then I might be in trouble. So let me take you back to what has happened so far, and then I'll tell you what will happen in future. Now, India traditionally had a dual system of examination. Like when I gave my PG entrance exam, we had two sets of exams. We had a state PG and we had an all India PG exam. Plus, we had central institutes taking their own exams. Like when I gave my exam, there was a separate exam for Delhi PG. There was a separate exam for Karnataka, Maharashtra, and there was a central exam all India. Then AIMS, JIPMER, PGI Chandigarh, NIMHANS, they all used to take their own separate exams. Now, although, when we look back today, it seems chaotic, but that was the way people were used to giving the papers. And we were studying different set of questions for state exams, which were more factual, more, value based, or more one liner kinds. And all India exam was slightly more tougher or slightly more on the clinical side. And then AIMS used to have its own set of favorite topics. PGI would have more clinical biochemistry and genetics into the paper, and JIPMER would always have more pharmacology, monoclonal antibodies, and recent advances in the paper. So this is how the papers used to be. Then, in around 2012, there was a thought to unify the exams into a single exam, which was called as NEET. Now, NEET was not only for PG entrance, it was also for UG. So for UG, there was an exam called as NEET UG, for PG, NEET PG. And for super specialty, earlier there were different exams happening. They clubbed it all into NEET SS. So the changes were always there. The reason I'm reassuring the students here is that you are thinking a change is only happening for you. It has always been a process of constant change and constant evolution. So when the NEET PG was announced, so there was a difference between NEET UG and PG. In NEET UG, they included the central institutes also. In NEET PG, they excluded the central institutes. So AIMS, PGI, JIPMER, they continued to conduct their own exams until recently, where they were merged into a common exam called as INI CET, the result of which is anticipated maybe today. And we are all looking forward to meeting the toppers. But I hope you see that the changes have been happening around, and the changes are happening to put things into a common platform, or put convert multiple exams, multiple type of exams into one standardized exam. This was the goal. Another big change that happened in 2012 was that before 2012, the exams were held on paper. And I've been a spectator in this journey of change of exam. I've been a educator for around 2 decades now. So I saw that at that time they used to have paper with, I don't know how many of you might have given it or not, there were bubbles and you had to black the bubbles. In some exams you had to put a cross mark in the box, and this is how the exams used to happen. In 2012 they started taking an exam on computers, and that was called as computer based test. So India's first NEET PG exam was held on computers. Immediately when the exam was held on computers, I came online on the DAM's Facebook page at that time and the YouTube channel. I said, because the exam is happening on computers, it opens a window for the examiners to ask visuals. Because on a paper, I cannot print out the X-ray, I cannot print out the pathology image without getting it distorted by the ink and the paper reaction. So I said that now they will ask visuals. And a lot of people said, why it would happen and what is he saying? But it was a lot more common sense. So in the first NEET PG exam, we had around 35 visual questions. And thereafter, in every exam, progressively, I see around 25-30% of the question paper would have some visual questions with a clinical stem. So exams have always been evolving. Another evolution that happened recently was reduction in number of questions. All through my career as an educator, I had seen an All India PG and NEET PG, which was 300 MCQ with a 3.5-hour duration. In the last 2 years, the NEET PG has been reduced to 200 questions with similar duration, probably with a vision that the question length will go more and the complexity in the question, the image, the stem of the question will require more thinking. So reducing the questions probably increases the length because the time was kept as same. So this is how the change has been happening so far. But let's come to 2020. 2020, suddenly we had a pandemic going on. What pandemic does is it accelerates the pace of the change. Change was always happening. That is what I wanted to tell you, that people before you also had changes. People before you also coped up with different situations. Like, for example, I am not sure you will understand today or not. When we were giving the exam, the most important thing was to mark question number 39 in the answer sheet at question number 39. If you by mistake mark it at 40, then here onwards all your questions will go wrong because of frame shift mutation that happens, and you are at 41 becomes wrong, 42 becomes wrong, and you lose out on entire opportunity of the exam. You could not actually rub the answers also. So different set of changes require different set of mindsets. So 2020 we have a pandemic which is accelerating the change. And side by side in India, the governing body, which was Medical Council of India, was replaced by National Medical Commission with a vision to increase the number of medical colleges and increase the number of doctors in India. Now, there are two changes happening. One is policy-wise, other is world situation with pandemic, everything changing together. Now, how would all this affect the exam pattern? Let's understand. Now, I want you to understand the basis of it so that you are able to, appreciate and you are able to understand the timings. If you increase the number of colleges and if you increase the number of doctors, what is the risk? If I, in the last so many years, there are some X number of medical colleges, and now suddenly I want to have more massive increase in medical colleges. I want to have a massive increase in number of doctors. What is the limiting factor? Can you let me know in the chat box? Anybody? The limiting factor becomes quality of training. Now, the problem is if you increase the number too much, how will you ensure that these people are adequately trained to handle, just like Professor Jayalal was talking before me, about the life and death of patients. When you see in the ICU, he's not only a person, he's a father, he's a son, so what about the quality of doctors coming out? So that is where the commission in India, they sought and they looked around and they saw the similar model in America, where after you graduate, the college gives you a degree, but that is not licensed to practice medicine. So license to practice medicine is given throughout the world, throughout the developed world, by a medical licensing exam. And that is where an exam at the outcome was proposed called as NEXT. That means after the final year, in future, and I know there were a lot of students who will ask when. That is a little bit of a difficult question. I'll try to answer that to my best of my ability also. But the important thing is that at the end of final year, the graduates would have to, especially the people who have entered this year in the medical school, who are first year MBBS this year, it has already been announced that they will, at the end of their final year, have a next part one, which will test their ability of clinical subjects and integrated knowledge of basic sciences. And at the end of internship, whatever clinical skills they have acquired during internship will also be tested with next part two. That will give them the license to practice medicine in India. So it dissociates for the first time in the history of India degree from license. Like the graduates before, you once you get a degree, the license was automatic. Now you have to pass an exam to get a license. That is the basic essence of next. But important thing is, NEET PG will stop happening once the next is introduced. That means even your PG seat will be allotted on the basis of your next part one score. So you will not have two separate exams. If it is difficult for you to understand, you can draw a parallel with American system. US MLE exam, not only if you pass the exam, you get license to practice medicine in America. And on the basis of score, you can apply to various places in America for residency posts also. So the score will become the basis of your PG seat. Okay. So this is how the change is happening. When is a big question. So this year we are having NEET PG for sure on 20th or 21st of May. The court has already decided. And in the next year, probably, there are like thoughts, and I think we have Professor Jayalal also, and he has talked to the ministry also. Sir, what is your thought? Next year NEET PG or next NEET PG, I think?
Minister has said next January they will have a NEET PG, but
yeah.
So far it is true, I'm not sure, but that is their stand on date.
Yeah. Yes. And that is the entire, actually, the challenge right now, that there are like different bodies today, and because some of them are new bodies, I think the interconnection will be developing in due course, where like sometimes we see one board is saying something, one is saying something else. But important thing is that 2023 is too early for next to happen as far as the current situation, because we have already seen how there is a group of doctors who were left out in this year's NEET PG because of the internship definitions. And next year also similar challenges will be there because of the delay in the medical school dates of reopening after the pandemic. So the pandemic has accelerated the change and accelerated the problems, but there is also a change happening at the policy level, which needs a licensing exam in due course. So definitely the students who have entered first year MBBS this year, they will be having next, not NEET PG. This year we are having NEET PG. Most likely next year also we will be having NEET PG. Thereafter, is a little bit of a gray zone, and we will be looking forward to the government announcements in due course, and we'll be updating it on that note. And I hope this gives you the perspective that why this is required and what is the purpose. Now, I see a lot of students panicking that, sir, what is the implication of next? First and foremost, next and NEET PG are different, because next is going to be a mandatory exam, a mandatory licentiate exam to pass. NEET PG is an optional exam. This is, into my mind, the most important change. Optional means that if you want to become a postgraduate, you will write NEET PG. If you don't want to, you are okay. You can start practicing as an MBBS doctor. But next introduces the element of essentiality, element of mandatoriness to the exam body. That means if you give the paper, then only you are allowed to practice medicine in India. It has implication for foreign medical graduates also. That as of now, the students who are going abroad, when they come back to India, they appear for an exam called as FMG screening exam. Now, even they will be appearing for next for their licensing purposes. So it has, again, you will notice the goal is to simplify. Every successful organization, every successful country keeps evolving and keeps simplifying the, you can see similar simplification happening in the tax structure also. Like, I don't know if, many of you at your age, you might have actually forgotten there were different types of taxes, service tax, sales tax, different states were different taxes. Then they merged it all into GST. So it's an attempt towards simplifying the exam system to a single exam, which is serving multiple purposes. It is licensing for Indian medical graduates, licensing for foreign medical graduates. It is a PG, the score is also used for PG seat, and it is testing both First time in India, it is testing even the internship skills, which was so far we had a pure MCQ based exam. Now, how as a student would you look at the change, and how would you prepare for uncertainty? And this is the word I actually wanted to talk about to you today: uncertainty. This is something that many people, they ignore in their plannings and in their lives. We are like, we're making a plan based on a perfect life, perfect situation, perfect world. We do not anticipate that a pandemic can come. We do not anticipate that there is a Russia Ukraine war which can change the dynamics of the world. We do not anticipate that the world can also change. Even if you do not move from your seat, still the things around you can change. So there is some level of uncertainty in what is going to happen, what will be the pattern, and that kind of disturbs us, because we are used to a perfect world which we see on TV and Netflix and all the stories and Instagram, people showing beautiful holiday pictures. The real world has uncertainty, and successful people, they include a amount of flexibility in their plan to accommodate uncertain changes. If you don't have that flexibility, you suffer. We have seen this with many startups also this year, who had no gap or no space for uncertainty in the capital availability. They had no idea that the world would change. And I don't know if you read in the news, there have been thousands of layoffs in many startups in India because of that element of uncertainty that you do not calculate. So as a medical student, I want you to have that flexibility. How will you have that flexibility in preparation? I'll tell you my example. When I used to study as a medical graduate, in my every notebook, like I used to make notes like anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, pathology, medicine. I used to make my own notes based on what I could learn from teachers, what I could learn from books. I used to make my own notes, and that is the similar philosophy I recommend in DAMS to all my students also. In my notes, I used to have flags where in anatomy, I had a flag at neuroanatomy, cardiac anatomy. So neurology, cardiology was flagged. In medicine also, it was flagged that this is where my neurosciences is, this is where my cardiac sciences is, and in pathology also. So all my subjects all my book copies were subject wise, but my labels were system wise. So when I was reading for the first time, because the professional structure in India is subject wise, I would read everything subject wise. But in my final revision, I would open the same system in different notebooks. Now, what would happen is I would open neuroanatomy, neuropathology, neuropharmacology, neuromedicine, everything I would go through together in the final go. This would help me to connect the dots. Now, you might be wondering that why this is so important. If you forget everything that I tell you today, and you remember just one word, that the subjects that we have divided in medical curriculum, in MBBS curriculum, is a artificial division made for ease of teaching and learning. Human body is one. A patient has a pathology, he needs pharmacology, he needs a surgery, he has medicine. So everything is happening in one person. It's all connected together. So in the new pattern of exam, the most scared the students are is like, what will be the proportion of different subjects? Like, for example, today in NEET PG, the third and fourth year get around 60% of questions, and first and second year is around 40% of questions. And a lot of students get worried when they think that this proportion is going to change. And to the best of my understanding, when the next is going to be implemented, it is going to end at the final year end. So the proportion of third and fourth year subjects would be higher. It will be higher. So if the proportion of third and fourth year will be higher, that means the proportion of first and second year will go down. But then how will you handle it? You will handle it if you are studying system wise. And that is the mantra for USMLE exam. That is the mantra for Indian exams. If you are studying system wise, like I'll give you an example how we do our DAMS, live classes on the eMedicos app. How do we do the classes nowadays on the app is we have a neurology class. Then we, after the neurologist has taught neurology, we get a neuroanatomy person the coming day to explain the anatomy part again to the students so that they can back correlate everything happening. Then we have a neurophysiology class, then we have a neuropharmacology, neuropathology, and we connect everything together. That is one thing that I have learned, that if the difference between people who are doing well in the exams, who are topping the exams, and people who are struggling is people who are topping the exams are able to seamlessly integrate in their mind different subjects, because the distribution of subject is artificial. Like, you have to look at heart with a 360 perspective. Suppose this is your heart. Anatomist is looking at the structure. This is coronary artery, this is the atrium, this is the appendage. And physiologist is looking at the function. Medicine person is looking at the treatment aspect. Surgeon is looking how to operate upon. But if you have a 360 perspective, that means you can seamlessly understand what is going on there, and you will actually be helping the patient a lot. I'll give you an example here. I'm sure some of you would resonate to this also. There is a web series on Netflix called as Good Doctor. In this Good Doctor, this doctor is Sean Murphy. Now this boy has the innate ability. He's having this innate ability to think 360 perspective. So as soon as a patient walks in, they show that around his head, he is able to see that, okay, this is what is happening in him physiologically. He's able to understand what is the anatomy. He's able to prescribe. And then his mind is able to look at various surgeries which are available in his surgery textbook, and he's able to find out the right approach to go in that patient. So that 360 approach, although he's a character in a movie, but that 360 approach is what differentiates great doctors from average doctors, great toppers from average rankers. 360 approach, the connecting the dots kind of approach, the integrated approach. Now, once you have this integrated approach in your studies, you will be surprised that the pattern of exam will no longer affect you. Now, what will happen? Like, suppose they are asking you integrated medicine question or anatomy question. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, recently they had a question in the exam where they asked about a person with a cardiac problem comes to you with dysphagia. A person with a cardiac problem, unknown cardiac problem, comes to you with dysphagia, and one of the cardiac chambers is enlarged and compressing the esophagus on a barium study. Which cardiac chamber would that be? Question. So what kind of question is this? This looks like a clinical question. Patient has unknown cardiac disorder with dysphagia. Barium study shows compression on the esophagus. So, but which chamber would it be? Now, when we think in an integrated manner, it looks like an anatomy question. Why? Because they are asking based on the location, which cardiac chamber is posteriorly located and related to the esophagus. What do you think? Left atrium. So we know by now, when you go into the anatomy department, remember they ask you to hold the heart like this in the anatomical position so that the right ventricle is anterior, left atrium is posterior, and left atrium is the most posterior part of the heart. It compresses the esophagus on the barium study. So in one question, they have integrated radiology, anatomy, medicine, and they made it seem like a dysphagia question, which seemed like a surgery topic. So what happens is, when the exam becomes conceptual, exam becomes integrated, the boundaries between the subjects that get blurred. And that is what I have been, believing in throughout my life as a medical student, as a doctor, and it has helped me in multiple ways. I would say that this is just one thing that has made me whatever I could do in my life. I got a All India rank 4 in my All India PG exam only because I had that system-wise approach at that time. And today also, we have been able to teach so many students in so many years, and we've been able to deliver results. And today we are standing 22, 23 years tall today, just because I believe in this system-wise philosophy. Why this helps me is because it makes me immune from the changes in the exam system. Like, suppose you call a body from America to conduct the Indian exam. Still, we would not be affected because we are talking about systems and concepts. This is the same mantra I want you to hold in your hand. If you are understanding concepts, if you are looking at it in a system-wise manner, you are not affected by any change in percentages of the question subject-wise distribution in the paper. Another important thing is that this is going to be a next big thing in the education system or in the exam system, which I would call as skill. Now, already the government has anticipated that when they will increase the number of MBBS seats, the level of outcome will have to be tested before we allow them to practice. That is where the next is slated to happen. And it is already announced for this year's first year MBBS students. Now, what about the skill that they will acquire? So that skill will be tested by next part 2. And I believe that India is a heterogeneous country with heterogeneous facilities available across the country. About different colleges, different hospital would have different strengths of student of patient student ratio, different kind of patients. But so what will happen to their skill? So I believe that is the place where again technology will help to fill the gap. Like, I am a firm believer as that technology will be the enabler which will open the doors to help, it will help to connect the different kind of scenarios into more standardized method. And I feel simulation will be the most important thing at that time. Simulation means that at dams recently we have started a simulation lab in our Delhi center, where we are training our students for, like, when we are teaching them CPR, now we are no longer teaching them, we are asking them to do it themselves on the mannequins. So we are telling them CPR, we are helping them with the intubation, we are helping them with rise tube, Foley's catheter. And this is our first batch of dam sim, and I'm hopeful, and I feel that we will continue to make that meaningful impact in skill domain also. And in future, even the skill will be tested in next part too. So the exam system, this is to the best of my understanding how the exam system is going to evolve. And I've given you my reasons also that why I think they are evolving in that direction. Because when the number goes up, considering the heterogeneity in the Indian medical education system, there has to be a standardized examination. If I look further into it, even beyond what is right now in the policy, I feel that there will be a role of CME also, a big role of CME also in future. And on the DAMS online platform called as eMedicos, I have recently initiated a CME platform where we have shared small CMEs on hypertension management, ECG interpretation, and some interesting CMEs are lined up for our students, like we did one on COVID management also during the pandemic. Because I feel that even when you graduate, do not stop learning. That my entire challenge is that, and I totally resonate with what Professor Jayalal was saying before me, that look at medical career as a journey. Look at it as an ocean which you are swimming and enjoying the swim. Don't think that you will only enjoy when you reach the destination. Stop becoming a destination hunter, which somehow the system has made you. Because when you were in school, they told you that once you pass the pre-medical test or the NEET UG, everything will be easy. And then when you realize that MBBS is going to be a big career, it's an ocean, then you kind of you feel that what is happening. Then I come into picture, and you come to dams, and I tell there is NEET PG is going to be there. Then suddenly you're like, one more exam. Then later on you will realize after MD and DNB also they will take an exam, which unfortunately some of the MBBS graduates are not even thinking about right now. Then for super specialty also there will be exam. Then even when you become a doctor, to your surprise, my dear children who are listening to us today, even when you become a doctor 20 years later also, like me today or Professor Jayalal, we still have to study. So that you will have to continue your medical education throughout life. That is where I feel CME would also play a part in future, even bigger than what it is doing right now, because the doctors would need to stay updated more. And if we look at the West, in America, there is a certain number of CME credits. In this developed world, there are certain number of CME credits, and even at different places, there are even exams to be taken at due course to tell to the system that you have updated yourself to the current standard of knowledge. It might sound scary to you, but you have to remember what is the end goal of your being a doctor. Your being a doctor is to help the patient. What is it you are getting out of it is a different question altogether, but the goal is to help the patient. To help the patient, you need to be updated in your knowledge. There is no, like, if I tell that, okay, when I was doing my MBBS, I was not taught about COVID, so I cannot treat. It is not acceptable, because new diseases will keep happening. There will be new variants which will keep coming, and the pharma industry will change the entire drugs which will be available 10 years later, which you will not even know, because they are not there in your pharma book. Why they are not there in your pharma book? Because they are not yet discovered. Probably you will be one of the candidates who will discover something. So change is normal. Only thing that has happened in India in the last 2-3 years is pandemic, the governing body changing, the exam. So it has accelerated the change, while the change was always happening, and it will always keep happening. So way I see medical education is, I see it as a journey. And I want you to, and probably I'm repeating what Professor said earlier to me, is like, I want you to detach yourself from the outcome. That outcome, that degree outcome that has, is pushing on your mind that now I want to become this. Like, enjoy the journey. Everything else will happen by itself. For outcome of, how much money you will earn in life, how much cars will you own, which degrees, how many degrees you will attach to your name, will not matter if you are enjoying the journey. Everything will happen to people who enjoy the journey. Every year when I meet the students who have topped the exam, who have got a great rank in the NEET PG exam or INI exam, I hear many of them say a simple line that when they were giving the exam, they were enjoying it. And I said, why are you enjoying it? He said, sir, maza aa raha tha, kya badhiya question puche unhone. You understand? So that means he's enjoying the process even while giving the exam. When the examiner was throwing a curved ball, he was excited. Okay, now let me hit this ball also. So that joy of enjoying the journey, that joy of facing anything life throws at you. Life will not always throw a straight ball at you. There will be curved balls. There will be difficult situations. There will be situations which are not made by you, which are, but still will happen to you. This is uncertainty in human life. It's like you are not in control of everything that happens around. You're not a robot. So there will be things which will happen around which will affect you. What matters is how you react to them, how you remain true to your purpose. And probably that is going to be my final touch here. Before I think there are some questions. One is that, will the next be based on MCQs? Yes, next part 1 will be a MCQ exam. Part 2 will be a skill exam. Part 2 will only have pass fail as outcome. Part 1 will have score given to you. So before I end my talk, to any questions that you might have, my suggestion to you in life is that, there will be things happening around you, there will be changes happening around you, there will be ups and downs, there will be people who will doubt your ability, there will be, like, you will be traumatized, you will lose big in life, sab kuch hota rahega. But if you can just remind yourself of the purpose why you entered this profession in the first place, if you can keep that purpose in your pocket as a compass, and every time, somebody will say, "Are doctor kya kama lete hain, kya hota hai?" Just remind, okay, I have a purpose. Yeah, I know that. Remain true to your purpose. There will be people who will keep telling you negative things. People who will keep, telling you wrong things. You will always feel down. There will be things which will go wrong. मतलब जो भी सोचा होगा सब गलत हो जाएगा. लेकिन if you have a purpose in your mind, in your heart, not in mind, in heart actually. So you will, if you remain true to your purpose, you will find a way back. As an individual, as an organization, I have, my purpose is that I love teaching. Those of you who know me, I love teaching. So when the COVID pandemic came and all our physical classrooms were shut down, but I love teaching, and I love technology as an enabler also. We were the first people in Indian, I'm very proud of this, in the Indian medical education test prep industry to start live classes on the app. Immediately, I think within 7 days, we shifted to live classes on the app, and we and the students, and I asked the students, I came live on the app and I said, this is the first time we are doing a live class on the app, but we are doing it in the middle of pandemic. Everything was shut down. It was like a curfew happening in Delhi. And I said, I am doing it from my home. Internet in my home, it may not be good, but I will try my best. I want you to support me. And all our students also enjoyed. And that is how we evolved. And today we have like sometimes 70-80 parallel classes running on the app. So if you are true to your purpose, you will find a way. The world will stop, but you will find a way because you have a purpose. So I feel people who have strength of purpose are able to withstand anything adverse that happens in the life around them. So that is my final message. I wish you all the best. I will request Alicia, and if she has got any questions from the audience, I will try my best to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, there are a lot of questions in the chat box I can see. As NEET PG 2022 is not possible to be postponed, what to do now?
Definitely. So first of all, one mantra in my life is I know that I cannot roll back time. So I always look forward. So if you were not at the stage where you were not preparing for this paper, or you were, occupied in counseling and everything happening, but now you know that the exam is going to happen on 21st of May, and you have like a fixed amount 7-8 days, why not make a plan for these 7-8 days? Why not, like in DAMS we conduct a session called as DVT, where we keep only the high yield topics of each subject and revise entire MBBS subjects in 3 days. So why not do something like that? Revise only the high yield topics. You can use the DVT if you have. And secondly, revise the previous year questions. Revise the previous year 3-year questions of NEET PG, so that if something repeat comes, you're good and you have already seen the high yield. This can be done in the last 7 days. And please give 2 grand tests, one every 3 days, so that you build up your stamina before the exam. Because most people, even intelligent students, why would one intelligent student have a rank higher than the other? It is about the exam skill. One student has a better exam skill, will be able to do it better because he's have a better stamina to sit for 3 hours, think. So why not build that stamina in 7 days? So my strategy for the 7 days, final 7 days, is revise your high yield topics from every subject. Do not look at completing everything. Focus on high yield because you have less time. Look at previous year 3-year questions, and also give full course exams, at least 2 or 3 in the 7 days, so that you build up your stamina before the exam.
And the next question is, as the NEET PG January announcement is made for 2023, is there any chances of next coming in 2023?
Now, it looks like that next year we should have NEET PG so far, based on what has been said by the ministries and by the respective bodies so far. And it looks like, they are targeting January, but according to what I see happening across the country, where different students and their internships and their final years are already delayed, from May exam this year to go to January next year might be a little tricky. So I feel it might happen in March, but let's see how it goes. In India right now, it's like we are not, it's like you can't say that exam will happen in January, because there are different bodies. Like there's a ministry, there's a body, NBMS, which is going to, they're going to conduct, make the rules together. Plus, then there is a element of different state bodies, different colleges, and then there are student bodies also, and there is judiciary also. So everything put together would make the final call. I think March would be more ideal. I am sure Professor Jayalal will start getting a lot of petitions by students that January is too early. It is in 6 months, the internships of this batch will also be affected, and the counseling of this exam, again, same vicious cycle will happen. Let's see how it goes.
The same thing has occurred even this year as well. The
Yeah.
Supreme Court denied the postponement just because they want to, the COVID had a lot of lack in the system. So to fill up the lack, maybe there is a possibility in January, but let's see. Definitely students will protest for sure.
So it's not easy. It's not
Now,
easy to predict the date, and everybody who's preparing should have in mind that let's finish our syllabus till January. If it gets delayed, you should get extra time to revise.
yes. What about will 2024 there will be next or not? Will they face next or not?
I think 2024 batch should wait for further clarifications by the government.
Okay. The next question is how to deal with such mixed questions, like integrated questions.
Yes. So when you start this ability, like I'll explain to you, it is a very important thing that when you are in your first year MBBS and I ask you to integrate with medicine, you cannot do it. Why? Because you have not learned medicine so far. So integration always happens when you look backwards. That means in life, when you're going forward, you may not know why you're doing this, what is happening to you today, why are you doing this, but when you will be at a good point in later in life and you look back, you will see the dots will connect together. Similarly, in MBBS, when you will look back after internship or after your final year, once you've done your clinics, when you look back, it will make sense to you. So I get this question very often by first year, second year MBBS students who will say, sir, how do I integrate? So you cannot integrate. You have to trust your teachers. You have to trust your mentors to help you integrate at that stage, because they have seen the full journey. But when you become final year, like when I was reading, after my final year MBBS, I had done after reading my medicine, in my internship, I started reading genome physiology. And I was surprised. I said, ये तो सारा medicine उन्होंने first year में पहले ही बता दिया था. And why did I not see it? Because I could see it only when I reached that point. So once you finish your final year subjects, you will be able to integrate your own self by looking backwards. But in your formative years, you should depend on your mentors, your teachers to help you. In DAMS, we have initiated a course or a program called as integrated rounds every week. I call it two teacher perspective. So every Wednesday on the app, we have two teachers sitting together discussing one topic. Like last week, me and Dr. Achin, we discussed ring lesions in the brain. So we discussed different scenarios where you could have neurocystic sarcosis, or if a patient is HIV positive toxoplasma. So all those things. So initial phases depend on your mentors, because they have seen the path. They can tell you what to expect. When you end your final year, you will be able to look back and connect yourself also.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, will next one and next two be an MCQ exam?
Next one
Or a
will be an
theory
MCQ exam. Next part 2 will be a practical exam kind of scenario, where it will, because it has next part 2 is slated to be a pass-fail verdict. So that means it is not going to have MCQs. It is going to be a clinical skill testing, that what did you learn in your internship.
And so next one, the exam next one, will that be after your second prof, like second year of MBS? And how it is going to be implemented?
This is, I think there is some, there have been different, announcements by the board which have slight contradiction. There is one school of thought which says, and which has been the most consistent, actually, the announcement that there will be next part 1 at the end of final year. But recently there has been one meeting where they said that at the end of second year, there will be next part. One would have the initial step of basic sciences, and at the end of final year, the part 2 of clinical sciences. That is yet to be clarified. I think let's wait for those announcements and that timing to come. But if that happens, that will again emphasize that we need to be good at all subjects. And that is one reason that I keep emphasizing to every student, that do not look at the pattern proposed. Make sure that you are trying to be good at every subject and you are able to systematically integrate these subjects.
Sir, if the next one exam occurs after second prof, do you think the syllabus would be just first prof and second prof, or all the 19 subjects?
If it happens after second prof, it will have only first and second year subjects. But the only challenge is, if you include clinical integration to it, like if you draw parallel with USMLE step 1, at DAMS we have program for step 1 USMLE also, and I've been deeply involved into that teaching program. So in USMLE step 1, it is a very difficult exam for a traditional Indian graduate, because we are reading very factual kind of anatomy, and they are asking everything with a clinical blanket. While step 2 CK in USMLE is very easy for Indian graduates, because we are reading Harrison and Bailey at very good depth. So if I draw parallel with that scenario, step 1 USMLE, every question starts with a patient. Patient comes to you with this, although it's a question on anatomy, physiology. So if they include the element of integration, then there is there's going to be a little bit of learning curve for the students, especially who are from peripheral medical colleges.
So that's all that we had in our chat. And we are really glad that you made up time and you talked about a topic that had to be talked about and was a need of an hour. So thank you so much for joining, and we wish that we do such conferences and such awareness programs in future as well.
Thank you,
And
Alicia.
special mention to also Dr. Jayalal sir. He's with us for past 2-3 hours, and he is even listening to your whole session. Even he has a very busy schedule when he had to join. So thank you so much, Dr. Jayalal sir also, and Dr. Sumesh Shetty sir for being patient and attending the whole session.
Thank you. Thank you, Bitan.
So now I like to tell all the audiences that we would be continuing our next slot of conference after a short break. So take a lunch break for an hour, and we'll meet again at 2 o'clock with Dr. Shruvankar Datta, who scored AIR 9 in AIMS PG 2020 and is also working in AIMS Delhi as a junior resident. So we'll be hearing from him soon at 2 p.m. So be ready at 2 p.m. You can join back on the same link again. It would be live on the same link again. So take a lunch break. Thank you so much for joining. And I hope you are having an amazing time. Stay hydrated, stay healthy, and keep studying. We'll meet back in a short while. Thank you. So, hello everyone, and welcome back. And we are resuming our conference again after a lunch break. So, our next guest speaker is someone who bagged AIR 9 in entrance PG exam, and is someone who everyone wants to look after because he is admitted into AIMS New Delhi and is working as a junior resident over there. He has also been served as the past secretary at Federation of All India Medical All India Medical Resident Doctors Association, and he is trained in healthcare innovation and biodesign, and has been a winner in multiple national and international hackathons and competitions, including the MIT COVID-19 hackathon and the prestigious Indian Innovation Growth Program. He was one of the founding members of the JIPMER Innovation Facilitation Unit and has delivered keynotes on healthcare innovation in India and in the US, and has joined us today for an innovative talk, which is Innovation in Medicine. And I welcome you, sir, to this wonderful session organized by Federation of Medical Students Association. And we are really happy that you took out your precious time for this conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Alicia. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just share my screen. I have a small presentation for you. Uh, are the participants able to type on YouTube?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, okay, fine.
Yeah, I think now you can share.
Yeah, I'll do that once. Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, I think now you can share.
Yeah.
You're not audible. Hello? You're not audible. Hello? You're not audible. We can't hear you,
Can you hear
sir.
me now?
Yes, yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Could you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, fine. Just let me know when you want me to start. I'll start.
Sure. Yes, so we can start now.
Okay.
Visible.
So, first of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to reach out to you all through this forum. And so basically, I'm working as a junior resident right now in the Department of Radiodiagnosis and Intervention Radiology at the All India Institute. I also serve as the National Director for Entrepreneurship at an institute called the World Youth Heart Federation. Reach out to you all through this forum. I'll just share my screen. I have a small presentation for you. Uh,
Yes, yes, you can carry on. It's live. Yeah.
just one second. I'm unable to move slides. One second. Yeah. So before we start on the main topic, who all do you think can actually innovate? If you see this picture of a child, I'm not sure how many of you would know, but he is one of the most famous people right now. Uh, Perhaps among all of us, if we ask, not a single person will tell that they do not know this person. But no one knew him when he was small. I appreciate everyone who is online right now in this post lunch session. And so if you can type it out on YouTube, like if you know who this person is. Okay, I think it's a little bit difficult, but I'll give you a little bit more hint. So this was basically a 12-year-old guy, and he came into limelight first time in his life by building a video game, which he sold it out to a company for $500. And so basically, he is the guy who
Yes,
just
we have a comment.
Yeah.
And that is someone has rightly guessed. It is Elon Musk.
Okay, right. So this is no one other than Elon Musk. So when we ask the question, who can innovate? Anyone, anytime, and anywhere, they can innovate. In fact, a few of you might know that he was in fact a Stanford dropout. However, even before joining Stanford, he had his first business success at around 12 years of age. The source code for that game was published in one of the very famous magazines in the US, and it was called Blaster. Sadly, it's not available right now, but once Elon became a millionaire at the age of 27, the Blaster game again came out and was hugely popular among the masses. In fact, Elon is an inspiration for all of us. In his 20s itself, Elon became a millionaire when he was, I think, my age. And by the age of 30, he founded one of the biggest names in the aeronautical industry, SpaceX. So why am I talking about Elon Musk in this uh, topic of innovation in medicine? Because Elon is on his way to disrupt and perhaps bring in one of the biggest innovations in medicine, which even you or me would have thought is impossible. So these are all the companies which he has been associated with, either as a founder or as a co-founder or the CEO. He is considered an idol by many of us, and I think we can recognize most of the brand names here on this screen. However, right now I want to talk to you about this particular company called Neuralink. Neuralink is uh, a hugely innovative company, and I don't think any of the other companies in the Silicon Valley or anywhere else in the world is working on something which is so disruptive as what Neuralink is working on. We all know that spinal cord injuries, once a person suffers from a spinal cord injury, it's almost the end game for that person. He will be paralyzed below that level, and he won't be able to use any of the limbs below the level at which the injury has occurred. However, Neuralink promises to change this entire standalone, and they are building devices which will be helping people with paralysis and inventing new technologies that will expand our abilities and our community and our world. The one thing which they are working on right now and is in the clinical trials is basically a device which can help us make certain actions based on what we are thinking. Can you imagine how cool it would be if you can just type out what you are thinking about without even needing to speak about it or type it? Right now, with speech recognition, if you tell Google something, they can type it out. But with Neuralink softwares, you can even type out something by just thinking about it. And for us, it's very relevant because paralyzed people will now be able to move their artificial limbs just by thinking about moving them. And that is exactly what Neuralink is right now trying to achieve. So what exactly is innovation? Innovation is basically an idea to start something new. It can be anything. And right now, uh, if this was a offline session, many of you might have been wondering that how to skip this post-lunch session. And if you could find up an innovative way to stop and disrupt this conference, that itself would be an innovation. Innovation basically makes our lives much better and much more easier. When we were like 50 years, 60 years down the line, all the x-rays, like I'm a radiologist right now. So at that point of time, we did not have these online modules and everything. We had this huge x-rays and everything was offline, and we used to carry these plates to the different chambers and store them. But right now, with the advent of something known as PACS, so PACS is basically a picture archiving and communication system. That is the place where we store all our digital x-rays of all our patients. So we really do not need to print those x-rays on the films anymore. So this was a huge innovation, because that drastically reduced the cost of healthcare in radiology, and it also also decreased the uh, resource wastage which we were doing. So how do we start? That is a question which everyone asks. How do we start being an innovator or start innovating something? Unfortunately, during our 4.5 years of MBBS, very few of us are actually told what innovation is. I think the most innovative things which we would have done in our MBBS days would be organizing our fests, organizing conferences, and to some extent, maybe meeting up with the IIT people or doing a project kind of thing. But we are never taught what we can do with our medical knowledge, how we can create a product that can impact the lives of thousands and lakhs of people. As a doctor, you have a very limited ability to impact lives of your patients. You can impact the lives of the patients whom you're treating. Maybe yes, they're attenders, but you cannot impact millions of people. But as an innovator, you can do that. It usually starts from an idea, and then it all depends on where you are standing right now. So I guess most of you are MBBS students, and depending on the kind of skill set you have, the expertise you have, as well as why you want to make that change, that will tell you how you should start. A good innovator always questions each and everything. And for example, this equation was something which we had read in our +2. So I think everyone would know that this was integral calculus. Sadly, in the last 6.5 years, I haven't had a single instance where I have used this equation ever in my life. And I'm very sure that most of the medical students would not have had as well. So unless we know why we are actually reading something and why we are learning something, we will never be able to be a proper innovator and a real innovator. One more thing is very important to understand is that idea is not everything. It is only the beginning. Google was the 23rd search engine which came into the market, and there were 22 search engines before Google which failed miserably. Apple as well was not the first people to bring the Mac computers or the phones into the market. But right now, these two are the biggest brand names in the technological as well as the IT sector. An idea can become a great innovation only if you have the right people to work along with. And that is the reason why you need to have a very good team. I'm not sure how many of you would have heard of 1MG, but I know the founder of 1MG. So when Gaurav was starting, people were very skeptical about how like fruitful it will be. There were a lot of other competitors already in the market. Pharmacy was there, Easy Pharma was there, and a lot of other startups were doing the same thing which 1MG started with. That was delivering medicines to the uh, common public. COVID certainly helped a lot in boosting the businesses of all these online companies. But the reason why 1MG was able to beat all its competitors is because they knew exactly what all things could go wrong, and they took care of that, and they had a very good team to ensure that they do not make the same mistakes which the other competitors were making. And in fact, 1mg had the biggest acquisition in this sector in the last 1 year, and 1mg was acquired by the Tata group of companies. So if anyone is remotely aware about innovation, the first thing which we always look for while innovating is to identify an unmet need. It's very important that we know and we are able to precisely define the problem which we are trying to solve. For example, in this picture, you can see there's a huge queue for taxis. And this is the normal in almost every place I have been to. The people usually keep on waiting for the taxis in the long queue. The taxis would not go to the place where the other person is going. And this was the need which few people identified. And then they created the startups, Ola and Uber. Uber was in fact already there outside India. And Ola kind of replicated the same concept inside India. And the kind of disruption which Ola and Uber has done for all of us, I think none of us can disagree. Yes, they definitely have their shortcomings even today, but just imagine 5 years before, we would have been waiting for a taxi on the roads and requesting them to go to the place where we want to. And they would have charged anything, whatever they wanted. That is what these companies changed. One thing which is very important is that when you're generating ideas, you need to have a good team to brainstorm with. You might have an idea and you might have a solution in mind as well, but it might not be the best solution right now. Your team, especially diversity, is very important. A diverse team can think of a lot of different solutions to the same problem, and then together you can choose which solution works the best for you. Evaluating all the ideas is very important because the same idea which would have worked for Ola and Uber 5 years before might not work for you if you try to implement it again right now. That is why when Rapido came out, they had the same concept initially to start a third Ola or Uber kind of a startup. However, the USP which they brought in was through getting the autos and two-wheelers into the system. And I think that is the reason why Rapido became a huge hit. In fact, a similar story in healthcare as well. We all know about Pharmacy. It was a medicine delivery app which came out, and 1mg as well. Both of them used to deliver medicines to the customers at their home. However, very few of us knew about Sasta Sundar. Sasta Sundar was in fact in the market for a long time, and they started even before Flipkart became famous. The owner of Sasta Sundar had a big failure in his previous businesses. However, he correctly identified the need for giving medicines and delivering the medicines to the houses of the customers. And when he started, he had no idea that it will become a very big business, but it only was possible because he had a great team inside India who helped him achieve that. And today, Sasta Sundar has been acquired by Flipkart, and we all know it as Flipkart Health Plus. Once you have a lot of ideas, it's very important that you choose the best idea. I'll give you an example. It's not from the healthcare sector, but rather from something which we use every day. So I think all of you know about Zomato and Swiggy. But I want to ask that how many of you actually know about Rebel Foods? I think very few would have heard about this company because you never order from Rebel Foods, right? However, I want to tell you right now that Rebel Foods has better return of investment than Zomato and Swiggy combined. And their profit margins are very high because of a very simple thing which their founders Kallol and his team figured out. While you might have not heard about Rebel Foods, I'm very sure you would have heard about at least one or two of these big brand names. Behroo's, Oven Story, Goodball, Fasos, Lunchbox. I think these are a few of the places we would have ordered from at least once in our life. All of these companies are run by Rebel Foods. And the reason how Rebel Foods created a concept was by implementing the concept of cloud kitchen in India. Cloud kitchen is basically a very, very big kitchen which does not have a place for people to have food and dine in, but they make all the different cuisines in a single big kitchen in different places, and they have different brand names for the different specialities. If Rebel Foods was a single brand name, then we would have not had uh, felt that okay, the biryani from here is very good or the pizza is really delicious. But we all know that if we want to order biryani, Behrooz is the place to go. If we want to order a pizza, we can go to Oven Story. So this was what Kallol and all came out with, and this is the reason why it was so hugely successful compared to the other cloud kitchen startups which had the same brand name for all their cuisines. So when you have an idea and you're choosing the best idea, always decide what is the strength of your idea. We call that SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. The strength and the weaknesses are very important to identify right in the beginning. And at the same time, you have to figure out what kind of an opportunity you have. If Rebel Foods wanted to create another Zomato or another Swiggy, they would not have been able to beat the competition. Same thing if they wanted to make up a cloud kitchen model where they had the same cuisines, they would not have been successful as they are right now. So figure out, sit with your team and find out if that is the best time for innovation and whether you actually have what it takes to bring your innovation to life. Once you've decided on the idea, it's very important, especially in healthcare, to very accurately develop and implement the idea by ensuring that the quality is completely maintained. So I think many of you might recognize who this person is, but many of you might not. She is the person who actually was featured in Forbes, Fortune, Inc., and all of the big, big business magazines. Any magazine you name in the Silicon Valley, she was on there. She was Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of Theranos. And what Theranos wanted to bring was being able to deliver blood tests from one single prick of blood. It seems really possible in the near future, but what happened was that Theranos claimed that they have already achieved it, which was a clear lie. The main disruption which Theranos wanted to bring was possible and will be possible in the near future. But what they did was they halted all research funds into the kind of research which was being done in the academia and startups in this sector, because all the people who wanted to fund the research, they told that Theranos has already achieved what you're trying to do, so why should we fund your research? That was the reason why Theranos, the big bubble which Elizabeth Holmes created, completely crashed once people figured out that Theranos was a big, big fraud. It failed all the accuracy tests, it retreated from the blood tests, and there were a lot of quality control deficiencies which were found at the Theranos lab. And Elizabeth Holmes has a trial in September, and she might be sentenced to at least 9 months if she is found to be guilty. So it's very important when you are innovating and creating something new that you are realistic. Give your 100% to whatever you want to do and whatever you feel passionate about. But only promise what you know that you can achieve. You might feel that you can achieve anything and everything. But you have to realize as a mature innovator that your customers will only pay you once you have shown them the actual outcome. So coming back to medicine and healthcare, where can we innovate? I have divided the entire healthcare sector into these 4 areas, which I feel is going to be the big blockbuster market sectors in which each of us can contribute and help in disrupting as a doctor or as a any healthcare professional. So first is the medical device sector, the pharmaceutical sector, the telehealth sector, and of course the latest AI and healthcare technology sector. I'm going to talk about a few of these companies and I'll tell you how many of them were started by doctors like you, doctors like me, and today they are huge super hit startups, and now many of them have evolved from being a startup to being a full-fledged company. Synchron, Bivecor are two startups which are there in the US. What Synchron is trying to do right now is basically developing a fully implantable brain computer to restore the functional independence in patients who are having paralysis. Just imagine, I talked to you about Neuralink, and Synchron is trying to do the same thing. Only difference is that Neuralink promises to do it in the form of a chip, while Synchron will be implanting it within your brain. It's very interesting to see that what Synchron can do once it comes to the market, and also how Neuralink can disrupt the market of Synchron 10 years or 15 years down the line. Another very interesting company is Bivecor. They are basically involved in creating durable artificial hearts. Right now, we know heart transplant is just a realm, and it's we only hear stories about heart transplants done in uh, animal studies. But Bivecor is trying to disrupt that, and they are trying to create artificial hearts so that we do not need to wait for cadaveric heart transplants anymore. Two of the companies which I want to mention here are from India. In fact, both of them are Bangalore based. Niramai is one of the biggest names right now in the medical device sector. In fact, one time in Bangalore, I had met Gita Manjunath, and she's a doctor. And the idea which she came up with was very simple. She wanted to diagnose and screen for breast cancers. Niramai came up with a highly innovative technology where they are using the thermal, the thermal identities of the breast lesions to pick up breast cancers during screening. They are a company, and they have already built a very affordable and a very cheap product which can do the same thing without needing to go through any of the invasive mammographies or any of the invasive modalities where you need to inject contrast into the breast or into the uh, or basically give radiation to the patient. Another company which has a huge potential is Sigtuple. Sigtuple basically were started by a few students during their undergraduate time, and now they're disrupting the entire pathology sector by making devices and microscopes which are able to diagnose and predict what kind of pathology is there by using artificial intelligence without even having the need for a pathologist or any laboratory person. So you can figure out that all these already have their products ready. So once they come into the market and once they become like so common as they are being used by the different laboratories and the different healthcare centers, how disruptive they can be. Coming to the biopharmaceutical segment, these are a few of the companies which are, I think, few of the most famous ones. There are lots of biopharmaceutical startups in India, but Bugworks was one of the very earlier ones which started from a place called C Camp in Bangalore. And Bugworks basically is working on making antibiotics. The antibiotics are very different from what we are using, because Bugworks will be providing us the antibiotics which is exactly specific for the organism which is there in your system. So what Bugworks basically promises is that if there is an infection in your body and we know what is causing the infection, they will be able to give us the antibiotics which will be able to treat us completely. Bugworks has already been awarded a lot of accolades and a lot of awards, both internationally, nationally, and has already secured contracts with the NHS and the US based organizations. And I think Bugworks is the biggest name from the Indian sector, which has made us extremely proud internationally. Along with them, two of the other pharmaceutical startups, which I want to mention here, one is Zoomutor and the other is Viome. Viome basically works in the treatment of inflammatory diseases, as we all might know, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. So Viome is working in treating them. Zoomutor, on the other hand, is an immuno-oncology startup in which they help by treating cancer by targeting the body's immune system. Coming to the startups which I think all of you might know, these are the ML startups. And I think most of us would have had at least one or two of these apps in our own smartphones as well. Practo was the one which was the first one to figure out that there was a need in this sector, and they came into the market. They were started by a few students from NIT Surathkal. Then they gradually, it was very old actually, it was early in the 2000s when they started it. But we came to know about Practo only 8-9 years down the line. So you can imagine the kind of efforts you need to put into a startup when you are making them. And you can also imagine the kind of hard work and resilience which you need as innovators to stick to your innovation and stick to your plan and have belief in yourself that yes, your idea is going to work. Once Practo became famous, all the other companies, Libret, Portia, 1MG, Mfine, all these people started doing the same thing. And each of them have their unique USP. And while we do not see that kind of a competition yet among these, because most of them have their local areas where they are famous. Once they actually spread to India, and so we start using all these applications nationally, then we will be seeing more mergers among all these, more acquisitions like the one Tata did for 1MG, and that will help us bringing to us a holistic and a much more better healthcare system, which is easier and more comfortable for our patients. Coming to the final one is something which I am very passionate about, is healthcare technology and artificial intelligence. AI is something which is going to disrupt our sector. Healthcare, perhaps more than any other sector. We might be in denial right now, but it is going to come, and it is going to come in India very soon. These are all Indian startups. I personally know the people who started Predible, Cure AI, Iconist, and all of them started at a time when people were very skeptical about AI, and they felt that AI will not be used much in healthcare. These startups proved everyone wrong. Iconist, for example, are making fast MRI machines. In fact, not even the machines, they are making the softwares which can be incorporated into your MRI machines, and they can give you the same scan results in almost 3 to 4 times faster. We know as radiologists, when we put a patient inside the MRI scanner, it takes almost half an hour for one good scan. Obviously, depending on the body parts which we are doing the scan for. But what Iconist does that is in 8 to 10 minutes. Once Iconist actually achieves what they are trying to do, and they show the return of investment in the private sector, this will completely disrupt the way MRIs are done. and they are going to make MRIs much more available, affordable, and accessible by everyone, not only right now in the cities as they are, but also in the rural setups. Cure AI is something, and perhaps one of the biggest radiology startups right now in India, and one of the companies which have used AI in a way that even international companies are completely in they are completely in awe of the way Cure AI has implemented. In fact, Cure AI was the first Indian startup to publish a paper in Lancet where they used AI algorithms to detect brain hemorrhages. That was a landmark paper. And in fact, I know Dr. Vasant was there, Dr. Vidur was there, Prashant was there. So these people have a very good team and a very passionate team on what they are doing. They have deployed their softwares in the rural areas, in the primary healthcare centers, and where they are seeing really good results in interpreting the chest X-rays or interpreting the brain CT scans. And Cure AI is something which I feel will be used by almost all radiology startups once they uh, become a little bit more popular, and once they're able to show that the ROI is in fact very good. Predible was just now acquired last week, and they were a company and a very great team from Bangalore, made by IIT Madras students. They were working on specifically in chest radiology, and they made a lot of softwares where they were doing the same thing what we as radiologists do, but only in a much faster way and sometimes in much more accurate ways. This startup was in fact very well, and they were received also very well by the community. And right now they have been acquired by another startup. Uh, you will be coming to know about that as well. And they are trying to create an ecosystem where they are using AI to make a patient's life easier right from diagnosis to this treatment. So once we see Predible being used in our setups, I feel that we will realize what amazing disruption it had brought in. So these are a few of the innovations in healthcare, which I have shown you both from the US as well as from India, and these are existing right now in the country. Many of you would not have heard about many of these startups, but most of these startups had a founder or a co-founder as a doctor. So right now, many of you might not really feel that you were made for the profession, or you might have joined MBBS because you either liked biology or because maybe your parents wanted you to become a doctor. But at this point of time, of even I was one of them, I did not feel that I was made for this profession. I felt that I will be going into maybe an administrative line or a business line. But however, I really like technology, and that is why I took up radiology in INGS. So you might find your passion over the next few years and figure out what you want to do. But what I want to tell you is that the healthcare is a very booming sector right now in terms of innovation. And if you feel that creating something new, creating something which can impact the lives of millions of people is something which you want to be involved in, I think it's a great opportunity. And now is the best time for you to join all these startups and make your own startup, address the problems which are there in healthcare, which you will be knowing because you see the patients, what problems they are facing, what you would have faced as a patient before you joined as an MBBS student. And you can uh, get together a team and you can try solving all those problems. And who knows, after 1 or 2 years, maybe even you can become like Elon Musk of India. So coming to the end of our slides, who do you think can innovate? As we have seen in the first slides, anyone can innovate. I can innovate. The organizers of this conference, they have innovated already. you're planning to organize this conference, you can innovate. So if you feel that you have it in you, they have that passion for creating something new, definitely get involved. Try meeting engineering students, try meeting students from different other sectors like business, finance, designing, and together, once you speak with a diverse group of people, you will figure out that there are a lot of solutions. So there are a lot of solutions which are eh, yeah. So once you realize that there are um, the passion is there inside you for innovating, then you'll realize that you can do anything you want, and only thing you need is a good team and that zeal to work towards your passion, towards your idea, and to make it into a fruitful innovation. So I also told that I would tell you a little bit about the careers which are available to you after MBBS in innovation. So it all depends on what you want to do in your life. I have met a lot of people who wanted to become uh, engineers, but somehow due to parental pressure, they joined this field. If you also have a knack for machines, technology, I think there is something which you must check out. There are two things, in fact. In IIT Kharagpur, there is something known as the MMST, where you can enroll as a student, and there you become very fluent in using the different norms and the different tactics of the medical technology sector. Apart from that, if you do not want to completely shift your field, you can also try out something which is known as biodesign. So biodesign was the concept which was introduced by Stanford 2 to 3 decades back. And right now in India, there are around 2 to 3 centers who are actually giving biodesign fellowships to people post MBBS. So one of them is the Stanford International School of Biodesign. It's in AIIMS Delhi itself, and it's a collaboration between the AIIMS New Delhi as well as with IIT Delhi. And they also have collaboration with a lot of other universities outside India, which help us giving their expertise and mentorship. And ultimately, at the end of the fellowship, you are expected to come out with a product which can help target and solve the problems which are very specific to India. A very similar program which was started just few years back is the CFHE. So CFHE is basically the Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship, and it's a basically a fellowship which is run by IIT Hyderabad in collaboration with a lot of other hospitals like the Kaminani hospitals and a lot of other healthcare centers nearby. So these two fellowships are something which you can check out, where you join other people from engineering fields, designing fields, marketing fields, and then together you create a whole new startup and a device. Apart from that, some people even want to go into administrative lines. So if you want to go into administration, and if you do not want to be in healthcare as such, then obviously you can try out UPSC. You can go for the IAS lines. I, in fact, know a lot of very highly positioned IAS officers who were once doctors. In fact, when I was in Pondicherry, our district collector, he was in fact a doctor, and he did a lot for the healthcare for Pondicherry as well. But if you really want to be in healthcare and go into the administration line, there are a few very specific degrees which is being provided by a lot of institutes, including AIIMS Delhi. So one of them is MHA. MHA is basically Masters in Hospital Administration. So it's a 3-year course. It is provided by AIIMS New Delhi, PGI, as well as a lot of other institutes. And they basically train you into all the words which basically the medical superintendent office they do. The same thing is taught to you through the 10 years, through the 3 years of your curriculum. and by the end of those 3 years, you become a much better administrator than what non-MHA candidates would have been. Apart from this, if you do not want to do MHA as such, you can also do an MBA focused in healthcare administration. That gives you an additional tag and of obviously an MBA, which is a very, in my view, MBA is a big degree, and it will also open you up and make your scope a little bit diverse. MHA is specifically for people who want to stay in the healthcare administrative sector. The MBA in healthcare is for people who want to try out all the various administrative as well as the diplomatic as well as the innovative fora of the healthcare sector. And if you are not sure whether you will be wanting to be in healthcare as such, or whether you want to try out other kinds of sectors as well, then I would suggest you go for an MBA. MBA, in my opinion, is a better option to go if you are confused about what you want to do. Because after doing an MBA, you can again come back to healthcare. And if you are not interested in healthcare, you can go into other sectors. But if you do an MBA in healthcare, then it's very difficult for you to go into other sectors. So it's preferable that you do an MBA from any of the institutions in either in our country or in the US. And the ROI after MBA is very good. I think all of you must know about it. And who knows, it might help you build your own startup and make your own innovation in a much better way than you would have been if you did not have an MBA. So these are the few careers which I feel, if you are a person who is interested in innovation and wants to impact the lives of people, you might be interested in. And there are a lot of other careers. There are a lot of social entrepreneurship programs which are available for doctors like us. For the people who are especially interested in working in the rural healthcare sector, there are fellowships. You can Google rural healthcare fellowships, which are there, where you are trained in different PHCs all across the country. There is something called JSS, which is run by AIMS alumni, and that is a place, in fact, where many of us go after our MBBS to take a look at how the rural healthcare sector works. So there are a lot of interesting opportunities for all of us, even apart from residency, apart from being a medical officer. And I told you about a few of those, but there are a lot of other opportunities. And in case any of you want to reach out to me regarding anything, regarding innovation or regarding what you should do after your MBBS, if you're not feeling that this line is for you, you're free to contact me either on Twitter or on my email account. So I usually take a little bit time on replying, but I will reply to all. So thank you. And thank you, Alicia, for having me over here. And I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity in this forum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta sir. So certain questions that I have in mind, which I would like to shoot, if you are okay with it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when we talk of innovation in medicine, as you rightly said, like, you can start up with any particular thing, whether it is medical devices or any medical innovative ideas that you just shared in the presentation. Most of the students, have this mindset, that when you are starting a new thing, you need investment, you need funds. But this is a misconception and a misnomer for sure. What do you have to say about this?
Okay, so suppose you have an idea. See, no one will fund you for an idea which you have in mind. That is something which I personally learned the very hard way. But that should not be a deterrent for any innovator, because there are a lot of funds which are provided by the government of India. There are programs like the IIGP. There are funding from agencies like BIDAC, DST, DBT, which help people like us in the academia to develop the ideas which we have and build some kind of a product in the beginning. So they give a funding from around 10 lakhs to 50 lakhs for doing this. So you apply for those, and if they find that there is a good potential in your idea, they will give you that funding to develop into a product. And once you have that product in your hand, then if you can show that it actually works, then getting investments becomes a lot easier. There are two ways to go about this. If you do not have the financial backing, either from your parents or from family or friends, then this is the way to go about it. Or if you actually have the financial backing like Elon Musk had, then you can like go ahead and develop your own startup. You can drop out from your college, but obviously you need to have that kind of a soft landing if you want to like truly leave everything and go into innovation. And you will have to put in your own money at some point of time, because when you go to the investors, one thing which I have seen is that they ask you how much money have you put in. If you can tell them that I have saved around 20 lakhs during my MBBS or during my residency, and I have put in 15 to 18 lakhs into my startup, that actually gives them the idea that okay, this person is actually invested into his own startup, and he has almost his 80%, 90% of his savings in this company. So if we are giving our own money, he will be treating the startup as his only career and won't be using the startup for any other benefits. So that is a big incentive for investors to give more investment for your startup if you yourself have given a huge amount of your savings and your own investment into your own startup.
Thank you, sir, for answering. The another question that I wanted you to ask is, because you are so much into innovation and you talk about innovation all the time, is there anything that you are doing in your life that is probably going to be making a difference in innovation in medicine or healthcare in general?
Right. So before I joined AIMS, I was involved with a startup called Cytopot, and that was basically a digital healthcare company, which is right now being run by my friend in Orissa. But right now, because I am a resident in AIMS, so AIMS does not allow us to be a part of other companies. We have a something known as the NPA, which does not allow any of the workers to be a part of any other company or get any kind of monetary benefits. So I left that company, but right now I'm working on an AI product which can detect rift fractures from CT scans. So usually as a radiologist, we scroll through rift fractures and we often miss rift fractures. It often, like from what I have seen till now, is that 50% of rift fractures can be missed. And in Indian sector, it's very important to pick up those fractures, is because, as you might be knowing, if there is a fracture in a person, the hurt becomes a grievous hurt. So it automatically changes the IPC in which the assaulter is booked. And if you miss a fracture, then the doctor or radiologist is liable to, like, they can be penalized as well for missing something like that. That is something which all of us are scared about, and that is what I'm trying to exploit, to use AI to help us find out those areas which actually might need some kind of innovation in terms of making our work much more easier. So that is my thesis which I'm working on right now in the All India Institute along with IIT Jodhpur, and we are hoping that we'll be coming out with a product maybe 3 to 4 years down the line.
Great. That's very good to hear that you are already innovating something along with the team. But as you said, AI, you will be using AI to detect all those fractures and
Yeah.
see through if it can be dangerous or not. So, do you think AI itself can be dangerous, where sometimes something goes wrong and even if there is nothing, it detects. So there's a possibility, right?
Yeah,
So how
absolutely.
AI is like, how can you say like AI is a completely reliable source? Or if not, how much can we rely on AI?
No, we cannot rely on AI. Independent AI is not an option.
Hmm.
AI can only help us make our works faster. That is the only thing. So when we see a scan, we see the entire scan and we note down what your findings are. After that, the AI tells us all the areas which they find suspicious. So when we make the algorithm, we train it in a way to have a very high sensitivity so that they do not miss any of the abnormal areas. few of the abnormal areas can be fractured, few of them will not be fractured. So when a radiologist comes and sees those areas, then he or she will be able to, they will have the expertise to tell whether it's a fracture or not. So they screen through all those areas which have been marked by the AI, and then they tell, okay, I have missed this fracture, I'll add it. So that is what AI will do. It will help us augment our works, but definitely it is not going to replace any one of us. That is not going to happen. However, there is a catch here, and I think you can put it up, like take it on record as well. Initially, we had this idea that radiologists who are using AI are going to replace the radiologists who are not using AI. This came into the US 5 years, 6 years down the line, and this concept has not yet been in India yet. However, the current thing which we are already seeing in the US is that clinicians who are using AI might not need radiologists as such if they are using them, because the specialty people, like if suppose there is a for example an orthopedician, for them they send to us a lot of tumors for our expertise, what we feel is there and where all the segments are till which they can resect the bone. But AI will be able to do that without our help. So once the clinicians start using AI, and they can figure out कि with the help of AI, they do not need us radiologists. That is a very big threat to replacement of radiologists by AI. So yeah, so it will take some time, that I'm pretty sure, faster in the US than in India. And at least when we see what is happening in the US, then I can take a call whether I want to continue this profession or not. But I will have some time to make the decision and go into something else.
Great. So definitely AI can serve as a helping hand, but alone AI can be also disastrous sometimes. So yeah, it was a very informative session, Dr. Shubhankar Datta sir, and I hope we see a lot of new innovative ideas from the students. And maybe in future, if you have anything where we can work together, I am definitely hoping to
Sure,
definitely
sure.
see what kind of innovative ideas are being implemented, and what kind of researches are done to implement, and have these ideas. Innovation is something that we need to think upon, and it needs a lot of research, a lot of learning, a lot of understanding, a lot of reading. It never comes when you sit idle. So hats off to you, that you are already on a path to leading something very big, and I'm sure you would build something one day. And very best and best of luck for your innovative and innovation in medicine. Thank you so much for taking this session for Medxa conference organized by Federation of Medical Students Association. We are all very thankful for you to join this conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone, for listening patiently. Now, the next speaker that we have would be talking about, on the same wavelength, Indian politics and healthcare industry, by Dr. Afia Khan, who's the national spokesperson at Federation of All India Medical Association. She's also been serving as the past Joint Secretary at RDA New Delhi, at RDA PGIMSR Hospital. Also, she is the star achiever of Indian Society of Anesthesiologists, and has taken personal interviews by renowned faculty of um, Harding Medical College, published in ISA newsletter. She's also received multiple prestigious awards for research papers and academic posters presentation at various national and international conferences. And she is also facilitated by Honorable Shri Rajnath Singh for academic excellence at Jamia Hamdard Institute of Medical Science and Research. So thank you so much for joining, Dr. Afia Khan. Over to you to talk on the topic on the same wavelength, Indian politics and healthcare industry.
Hi, Alicia. Is my video visible?
No, it's not.
It's not, right? Just Just give me a second, Alicia.
Sure, sure. So we'll all hold on a while she connects the video. So meanwhile, I have an announcement for you all that whatever events that we're having after the conference, that is after tomorrow, we have certain events like relay competition, singing competition, quiz competition, research article, essay competition. So all these competitions also has a eye-catchy pricing in terms of money. And also, not only that, we have a huge announcement that Innovative Publication will also want to sponsor some gifts to some of the participants who win this competition. So be ready and do participate. You can get all the details on our Instagram page that is called Medxa'22, that is MEDXACON. Hello? Yes, we can see you, but I think you're not audible. You are on mute. You can unmute.
Is it fine now?
Yes, you're now visible and audible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Alicia, for inviting me as a speaker for today's conference. And I'm really happy to join you today. So before my discussion, hello, just give me a second. Yes. So the topic for my today's discussion is something we've been all through it, and we've been fighting, we've been protesting against the political leaders. We've been what not to say. We've said everything in the current times. So I just choose this topic. I think it's really in now, and I think I should talk about it. So I'd just like to start up by saying that I like to praise, first of all, I'd like to praise the Indian democratic setup, which has given its voice to the common people to rise and stand for the injustice which is being done against them. But however, it negates the concept of specialization in policy matters as seen in countries such as USA. The dearth of specialization in governmental policy leads to the scenarios where the relevant legislations for empowering the doctors and other technocrats are missing. So before carrying my discussion forward, just one question I'd like to put up. So do you think that in the current times, the Indian political leaders and the Indian doctors are in agreement and working on the same terms to provide a better healthcare infrastructure for a better tomorrow? So looking back Not too long ago, there was a time when doctors in Asia were bestowed upon a divine status. Rural and urban people alike revered medical personnel and blindly trusted them with the lives of their loved ones. Alas, times have changed. With each passing day, we are seeing more and more injustice being done to the medical fraternity. What not is happening to the doctors today? They are being abused, they are being bullied, they're being manhandled, even they're being killed by the relatives of the patient. Politics in India is dominated by sectarian groups with religious or quasi-religious agendas. Some leaders feel no shame in publicly castigating the physicians. In fact, it is a common method these days to gain popularity and to secure votes of the local community. These politicians, they march into a government hospital with the patient and the relatives, taking a whole lot of mob, and then they mishandle the doctor and they try to gain sympathy and they try to empathize with the public that yes, we are doing good to you, we are with you, and yes, this doctor is wrong, which is very bad and which should not be done. The political interference has reached its zenith now, as recently in a state of Rajasthan where a specialist doctor was forced to commit suicide. So the question arises here is the political inference meant to support the goons against the doctor? Is the political interference meant to gain a vote by beating up doctors and gaining empathizing with the public instead of providing protection to the doctors against such goons? So such brazen acts are emboldened by corrupt judiciary and a systemic failure of the law. But still, I'll say that my intent is not to blame the politicians for everything bad which is happening in the system right now. But I want to emphasize that they need to make way for systemic reforms to take place in the healthcare sector. The COVID pandemic response was steered by the technocrats in the developed countries. However, in our country, the radar, as always, was in the hands of the politicians and the bureaucrats. Though we applaud their hard work, but things have to change, and the doctors should be given the prime importance in the healthcare policy making and implementation. Out of the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals, which are being set by the United Nations, the third Sustainable Development Goal speaks about healthcare for all. In order to achieve this target set by the third Sustainable Development Goal, a revamp of the current setup is required. The healthcare sector has to be kept away from partisan politics and its cronyism and short-term measures. This can be ensured by giving primacy to the voices of the top-notch healthcare professionals of the country. Politics also has played role in the allocation of funding to healthcare sector based on the political affiliation, which has led to the proliferation of hospitals only in select areas, and still the underdeveloped and the tribal areas still lack a proper healthcare infrastructure. The healthcare industry has the potential to brighten the lives of many and also create employment for many. And this can be achieved by a close cooperation between the Indian political leaders and the doctors. But to our misfortune, in the 21st century's New India, a doctor is shot publicly in the daylight, and an illiterate thug is well reputed and applauded for his act against the doctor. But not to pinpoint the shortcomings of policymakers, a wrongdoing of politicians, or biased decision-making of the judiciary system. We should try to think of alternatives. We should try to make plans and implement them so that we all of us together can achieve a better healthcare infrastructure for a future generation. To name a few, there should be a creation of a cadre of Indian healthcare services, which has been a long overdue. For proper policy making, this is imperative. Also, creating a body which is headed by healthcare experts for vetting the current legislations and suggesting the requisite amendments. The balanced healthcare fund allocation based on scientific criteria rather than political whims and fancies. Provision for ensuring that any future healthcare related disasters are steered by a team of top-notch healthcare experts rather than bureaucrats and politicians. I would just like to ask one question, that the union budget for 2022-2023 set by a government is almost 86,000 crore rupees, which has been allocated to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So, do we have enough capable people, or people who do understand where to allocate these resources for the welfare of the people of the country and the growth of the healthcare industry? So, it's time to rethink. It's time to think that are we working on the same wavelength as our political leaders? So it's time to choose our leaders wisely. And this is all I just want to say, that please do raise your voice whenever there is an incidence against violence against doctors. So I think politicians uh, should should make reforms, should make laws. And it can be only done when an Indian health services is introduced in our system. So thank you very much, everyone, and long live unity of doctors.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afia Khan, ma'am, to join us on such a short notice. And definitely, violence against doctors should not be taken for granted. Now, I would like to ask a few following questions on the session that you had. The first question be because we are female, right? And we are going to be female doctors. You are obviously one, but I'm going to be one. So, there are this is a male dominating society for sure. You would agree on that, right?
Yes.
So if someone who's male and he is harassing a female physician or a female doctor, what are the crucial steps that she must take? Because in India today, the females are really scared when such incidents happen. They do not share it with public, though things are changing now, but still the ratio of people who are broad minded are much lesser than people who are narrow minded. So what kind of advice would you like to give to those female doctors when such incidents occur? Any helplines that you would suggest, or why not to be scared of such certain incidents? And what if if we report certain incidents and file an FIR, what harm does it do to a female, or does it not affect at all? So if you could put some light on that, maybe the females who are listening out here would definitely encourage in like when such incidents occur to them in future.
Okay. So, Alicia, see, whenever a female physician is being harassed by some male, maybe a male physician or maybe a male some healthcare worker other than physician. So I think, people are becoming broad-minded, yes, but we are still living in that culture where people have, even after getting so much educated, and they're trying, but still there is at the back of the mind, there is this thing that okay, female should not dominate, and okay, that female should not speak up. I think this should be, people, especially the females, they should come up, and they shouldn't be afraid. And I think there should be more of you see, the more we speak, the more we are outgoing, the more expressive we are. It's better for us, because only then people will come to know. See, for example, let's say a few years ago, when doctors were assaulted, nobody, there was nobody to highlight the issue so much. As of like in today's time, you see every now and then it's getting highlighted. So there's a lot of role of media, there's a lot of role of social media, social platforms, you see. uh, Plus, if if once you put forward your complaint, whatever is happening with you, suppose anything wrong happens with me, I try, okay, I am an outgoing girl, and if I put it on the social media that okay, this thing is happening in this hospital, and other females should be aware of this. So this is something at a very extrovert level. But if I was an introvert, I was very shy, then I think I would have gone to find out somebody very close to me, or my female colleague whom I could have shared with. Or the best thing is share it with your seniors. I think you should approach your senior colleagues, senior doctors, senior professors, whosoever you're comfortable with. I think you should try to approach them, because if you think that if you ignore once, then it's not, you're ignoring it once. I think it'll happen again and again and again. It's a vicious cycle. You are quiet, and the person will again try to harass you. You're quiet, the person will again try to harass you, because it just gives that person strength to do that, that thing with you. So I think you should you should try to be open. You should if you should not ignore your colleagues, your juniors. If somebody is trying to share it with you, you should be very humble. We've seen that a few of our seniors, female seniors, usually they're very few of them, not to say that everybody, but yeah, there are certain female seniors who are very arrogant, maybe of they have this attitude that okay, junior hai, so they don't okay, chodo isko, we don't talk to juniors. But I think there should be at least, the senior, it is the duty of the seniors to make your juniors comfortable so that they can share. Of course, parents are always there. You can share your whatever bad is happening with you with your parents. And as such, that is why I'm again and again stressing upon the cadre which has to be created, the Indian Health Services cadre, which has been long overdue. I think there should be reforms and laws which have to be put in somewhere in the line to protect the female physicians, because there have been incidences where female physicians have been assaulted by male attendants, and not physically, but they've used abusive language against them. So I think the most senior persons of the hospitals where the female physicians are working, it is their responsibility, prime responsibility, to ensure their security and safety. And the female physicians who's getting assaulted or who's facing any such act should feel free to communicate it with the seniors, to the parents, and to the most senior person of the hospital, so that such things are not getting repeated with other females.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rafia ma'am, to share light on this question. This was very important. And definitely there are also different helplines that are specifically for women when they face any kind of issue, whether be it, you are alone at night and you're walking, you can, and someone is following you. Even if there's a simple thing, there are a lot of apps now available on your mobile phone.
Definitely. There are trackers also. We are living in a world of smartphones. We are living with technology. You can trace there are location tracers. You have apps. You have multiple things. You can. I think there are various methods which you can check out for your safety. But of course, communication is one very important thing that you should not ignore, I think, because if you are facing tomorrow, you are facing, and it can be some other female another day. If you're not speaking up against somebody, then it's like you're promoting that person. So you have to speak up. It's not we are not living in we are not living in those days where grandmas used to shut down, keep shutting the mouths of female girls. It's all right, is a male, it's all right, is a male. Females should be promoted, and there should be special sessions for females regarding these issues, because we are conducting events at very very large scale, and today we have this opportunity to conduct virtual events. So is such events should be specifically such for such issues we should conduct events. So I think it will be very helpful for us as female.
Definitely. Not only female, even males are facing violence these days, and this is becoming a huge issue.
Yeah.
And there must be certain kind of a protection act that must be there for doctors to safeguard themselves. And this
Definitely.
has been,
But
uh,
specifically, because you asked for female, so I was
yes,
being just just constricting myself to female physicians, because actually we need to have, and we are lacking behind. We are focusing on more issues. Obviously, the current issues like violence against doctors is something which should be tackled and something which should be discussed at various levels. But to be very specific, the issues which are being faced by female physicians uh, working in hospitals, because we are doing night duties also. We are working with so many males. At times, in a particular department, you see just one female. For example, I have seen there was just one female SR in the whole orthopedic department. At times, you see a surgery department, though now definitely more females are coming for specialization in surgery. But yeah, previously there was this constriction that only males were dominating the surgical fields. So I think these issues should be brought up at such at national levels, and obviously should be discussed in various conferences, like so it will be very helpful.
yes. Lastly, what is your message for young doctors? Like, if you want to give a particular message, what would that be for the young doctors, the upcoming generation?
My special message would be, uh, see, my message to all my young doctors who are budding doctors is to please maintain that professional decency while you're working in a hospital, because when we lose that professional decency while working, the other cadre people also see this, and they also become very and they also they start treating us the same way. Whatever I feel, you should try to appreciate the work of your colleagues, your juniors, your seniors, no matter if you are no matter if you think that, okay, what has she done, she's not done right thing. So I think it should not be, you should not criticize. One thing which has led other people to raise voice against us is this thing only, because we are not if we start appreciating our colleagues, if we start appreciating our juniors, if we start appreciating our seniors, okay, and we try to, okay, hide their mistakes in front of general public, I think the violence will definitely come to lower rates, because we are criticizing our colleagues, we are criticizing our juniors, we are criticizing our friends in front of just general public. So I think this is very bad. This is promoting them. They only start if I myself, I'll start criticizing my colleague. Oh, this doctor is like this. The other person is standing beside me and listening to this. So you'll definitely think, this doctor is not good. So that mentality of violence against this doctor will come. So I think we have to respect each other. There should be a professional decency while you are working in a hospital during your hospital hours, and you should try to being seniors. You should try to you should not try to harass your juniors. You should not overburden them with work. Try to be with them, because it is this mentality, okay, my seniors are not good, my seniors are overburdening me, then this the anger, the frustration comes into play. And so I think at some this is how these issues are interlinked, and this is how people get opportunity to talk against us, do misbehave with us. I think professional decency during the hospital hours is very, very important. And of course, communication. If you are not comfortable, or if you are not, if you're facing any sort of problem, feel free to communicate, because we are doctors, we are medical professionals, we have studied many subjects, we have went through so many topics, we are talking about these issues, day in and day out. And but we are just listening and we are ignoring, we are not applying. We should try to apply these, we should try to communicate. The more you communicate, the better is your work environment, the more professional decency you maintain during your hospital hours, the more of it's better, and it's just good. It's very good. People will get less opportunity to speak against you, and misbehave or use abusive language against you. Alicia, you're not audible, Alicia.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for shedding light on the topic that was much needed, and all your answers were accurate and up to the mark, and something that one should look for. And thank you for joining this conference. We are really delighted and happy and honored that
Thank you
you
so
took
much,
out
Alicia.
time and came here to deliver something that may be life changing for someone. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so much,
much.
Alicia. Thank you.
So, thank you everyone for watching till now. Again, we are having a short break for around 30 minutes. We'll come back again at 4 o'clock with the session of Dr. Dhruv Chauhan sir. If you don't know Dr. Dhruv Chauhan sir, he is one of the most known influencers that one has in the medical fraternity. So, I would like you all to come back again at 4 and see what all Dr. Dhruv Chauhan sir has to say and about how he became an influencer. So if you are someone who wants to be an influencer, someone who's a doctor and wants to be a doctor and influencer, do come live at 4 p.m. On the same link. You can come here and you can enjoy the session that we have at 4 p.m. Thank you so much. So, hello everyone, and welcome back to our conference. So, yeah, we are continuing our conference, and the next guest speaker that we have on board is Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. And if you are a medical student or a young doctor, you would definitely know Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. He is a very renowned and great influencer, and he tweets a lot on Twitter about the problems that medical students face and also relates them to the life of a medico. So we are very delighted and we are very happy that you took out precious time from your busy schedule and you are here with us with your interview and your journey on how to be an influencer and sharing the same with our audience. Thank you so much for joining and welcome aboard, Dr. Dhruv Chauhan.
Thank you, Alicia. It's my honor that you have invited me here. Okay. Otherwise, in internship की hectic duties से labor का काम कर करके थक गए थे यार. थोड़ा सा hectic time से बाहर आना था. And glad that I'm here and you are just inviting me. And so, Alicia, you're not visible.
I'm not visible?
Yeah, now it's visible. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. So, okay. So most of you must be knowing me. On those who don't know, I would like to tell that I'm just a normal medical student who might be on your story someday, or who might have remained on your story someday. ठीक है. So
I'd like to mention
नाम तो
something
तुमने बता
here.
ही दिया. Hello.
I'd like to mention something here. डॉक्टर ध्रुव चौहान का नाम तो बहुत लोगों ने सुना होगा बट देखा किसी ने नहीं होगा because he always has his DP as a mask or something and in the scrub suit. So जिसको भी देखना है, here we have Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. This is Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. We have been sharing numerous posts on our stories, but sometimes we don't recognize the face. So today he is live with us. Thank you so much for joining, and definitely tell us something about you. Where did you study? What are your experiences in your internship?
Yeah. So नाम तो तुमने बता ही दिया. So I would like to tell you something apart from my name. Okay. I am also a blogger, and by hobby and passion, I'm a international rated chess player and a martial artist. These are some extracurricular activities that I have been involved in professionally, apart from being a doctor. Like most of the people are like, yaar tum doctor ho to just focus on studies only. But I believe that you can do everything that you want to if you are focused enough for your purpose. And right now I'm doing internship from Ravan Medical College, Hospital and Research Center from Hapur. And that's all, I guess. Hello.
Yes, thank you so much for putting some light on who you are. Now, like you have just joined your internship, as we all know. So how do you feel, when you are an influencer and you go to the hospital and definitely in your college too, because you have a lot of fan following. So do they treat you differently?
Actually, जो घर की मुर्गी होती है ना, वो हमेशा दाल बराबर ही रहती है. So no, it's nothing like that. My friends treat me like normal, like as I am. But still, I would say that in this journey, what happens that when you come in medical college, you have three type of people that you will find in any journey. Like in my journey also, these are your friends, or batchmates, or your enemies. Now, I would say when you get mature in this field, now you understand that those friends might turn into enemies and the enemies might turn into friends. Now, how is that? I've always been motivated and inspired by my enemies. The way they always say that you can't do it, and always have told me like 3 years back even, ke, nah, yaar, ye sab mein kuch nahi rakha hai, time pass, you can't. That's what has always motivated me. It's a kind of ignition. So, yeah, but still, I have all, like friends and enemies, both in my college.
So, कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि there's a student who comes and says, अरे आप वही ध्रुव चौहान हो जो लिखते हो, some incidents that occurred with your juniors, or when new batches come in, they don't know who's Dhruv Chauhan, but they know who's Dhruv Chauhan, but they don't know that Dhruv Chauhan is you, right? So ऐसा कुछ हुआ है? Any such incidents?
Yeah, it's not about just students. Even जो हमारा external आया था एक बार, वो भी मुझे जानता था. By chance, like he was, on Twitter. He might not be following me, but he said that I have read your tweets. ठीक है. Now at that moment, you are in a very confused state. Like he knows me, like for what reason? उसको मेरी tweets होती अच्छी लगी, बुरी लगी, वो मुझे pass करेगा, fail करेगा. That was the biggest thing that was in my mind. कि यार ये गलती कर दी यार, ये सब ट्वीट्स में डाल के अभी नहीं करना चाहिए था, पढ़ लिया ना उसने, अब कुछ लग सकता है, कुछ ऐसी तैसी ना हो जाए. ऑलवेज देयर वाज अ फियर इन माय माइंड कि लाइक यार बस फाइनल ईयर तक हो जाए, उसके बाद इंटर्नशिप तो संभाल लेंगे. तो ऑलवेज दिस थिंग वाज इन माय माइंड एंड ग्लैड दैट दे पास्ड मी एंड दे पास्ड मी विद गुड मार्क्स. सो आई गेस हाँ, ट्वीट्स लिखने के फायदे तो हुए हैं.
तो जैसे आपके बहुत सारे ऐसे पोस्ट होते हैं जो मीम्स होते हैं या कोई ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स होते हैं दैट डायरेक्टली रिलेट्स टू मेडिसिन या मेडिकल फील्ड के होते हैं. तो दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ एबिलिटी दैट अ पर्सन हैज, राइट? सो ये एबिलिटी डेवलप करना पड़ता है. दैट इज लाइक नॉट इनबिल्ट इन एवरीवन, maybe that is inbuilt also. You need to recognize such abilities. So आपको कैसे पता चला कि हाँ, I can do this, I have this ability of writing and connecting things? Were you that good even at your school, or when you entered into medical college कुछ ऐसा हुआ, कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ, किसी ने आपको कुछ बोला और ये सब शुरू हुआ? क्या था ये? हमें भी ऐसी कुछ एबिलिटीज चाहिए.
एक्चुअली हाँ, ऐसे इंसिडेंट तो बहुत हुए. स्टोरी बहुत लंबी है, शायद ये कॉन्फ्रेंस छोटी पड़ जाएगी उसके लिए. ऐसे बहुत इंस्टेंसेस हुए कि
शॉर्ट में बता दीजिए. लाइक
या श्योरली. तो हुआ मेरे साथ कुछ ऐसा इंस्टेंस. मैंने लाइक सबसे पहले मैंने ट्वीट्स एंड ऑल में मैं बहुत बाद में आया. मैंने यूट्यूब को सबसे पहले स्टार्ट किया था. एंड एट दैट टाइम वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड, लाइक आई वाज जस्ट टेलिंग हर समथिंग एंड शी लाइक यार तू अच्छा बोल लेता है, देखो एक काम कर, यूट्यूब वीडियोस बना. मैंने यूट्यूब वीडियोस बनाना शुरू करी. फिर एक वीडियो थोड़ी कंट्रोवर्शियल बनी. वो इतनी कंट्रोवर्शियल हुई कि मेरे ही बैचमेट्स मेरे ही अगेंस्ट हो गए थे. उसमें काफी लोग अगेंस्ट हो गए थे मेरे. काफी लोगों ने स्टोरीज लगाई कि this Dr. Dhruv Chauhan is a shit, this, that, though. मतलब basically a kind of a full criticism that I got. And ऐसी situations में होता क्या है कि मेडिकल कॉलेज में यार तुम इतनी दूर, एक तो अपने घर से आए हो, ऊपर से तुम्हें इतना क्रिटिसिज्म मिल रहा है. तुम्हारे अपने जिन्हें तुम फ्रेंड्स कहते थे, वही जब तुम्हें क्रिटिसाइज करने लगे तो तुम डिमोटिवेट हो जाते हो. बट एट दैट टाइम इंस्टेड ऑफ गेटिंग डिमोटिवेटेड, आई थॉट कि यार ये जिस चीज पे कॉन्स्पिरेसी हो रही है ना, ये बेसिकली इट इज मेकिंग मी वायरल. It is making my work improve even more. जो चीज मैं चाहता था वो बेसिकली डायरेक्ट वे में नहीं हुई, तो इनडायरेक्टली वे में यही लोग मेरी हेल्प कर रहे हैं उसको वहां तक पहुंचाने के लिए जहां तक मैं चाहता था. And that video got viral and reached good number of views. And that's what motivated me, like to write, to do, to make more videos and to, get in this field even better.
Great. So हर किसी का लक ऐसा नहीं होता है. And हर कोई ऐसा सोच भी नहीं पाता है. It also takes a lot of courage and guts to be on camera, face the camera and say what you want to say. जो भी controversy हुई भी हो, it takes guts to say on camera. आप कभी भी कहीं भी चले जाओ, people are shy enough to even speak in the viva जब external आते हैं. तो ये तो पूरी दुनिया के सामने आप बोल रहे हो. So I really appreciate your talent. Then what about मैंने कई बार देखा है ट्विटर पे कि कोई भी एग्जाम पोस्टपोन करना हो, कहीं पानी भी नहीं आ रहा हो, तो पीपल टैग यू. सो गुजरात में एक बार हुआ था, हॉस्टल्स में पानी नहीं आ रहा था एंड दे टैग यू एंड सच इंसिडेंट्स कीप ऑन अकरिंग विथ यू. तो तब आपको कैसा लगता है और आप कैसे ऐसे चीजों को टैकल करते हो?
जब हम इस फील्ड में एंटर करते हैं मेडिकल प्रोफेशन के अंदर, तो बेसिकली मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी से रिलेटेड जितने लोग होते हैं, ऑल द पीपल, दे बिकम योर फैमिली, बिकॉज यू आर डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली समहाउ लिंक्ड टू देम. तुम्हें नहीं पता कि कब कौन सा गुजरात का प्रोफेसर या कौन सा सीनियर तुम्हारे कॉलेज में आके प्रोफेसर बन जाए तुम्हारा, या तुम्हारा कंसल्टेंट बन के बैठ जाए. ये फील्ड बहुत बड़ी होके भी बहुत छोटी सी है. यू नेवर नो who might turn up to be your part of your family, who might become your guide, who might become a role model for you. So it's a family. तो मैं जो भी करता हूँ, इट्स लाइक मैं एक एग्जांपल देके आई वुड लाइक टू एक्सप्लेन. प्रेगनेंसी के टाइम पे होता है क्या, द बेबी दैट्स इन द गेस्टेशन पीरियड, वो पता क्या करता है, वो अपने जो स्टेम सेल्स है, अगर इनकेस मदर का जो ऑर्गन फेलियर हो रहा होता है ना, तो वो स्टेम सेल्स अपने देकर उसको रिपेयर कर देता है. It helps repair the organ of the mother. So basically, I am like that child, I am like that baby, and that mother is like that medical fraternity. So if I am doing something for my medical fraternity, I am basically doing everything for me. So it's like that only. I am repairing them. If somebody asks for help from the fraternity, so I am helping them. So basically, I am not helping them, I am helping myself. So हाँ, कह सकते हो थोड़ा selfish भी हूँ.
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं. It takes courage to help someone, you know. कोई मदद के लिए आता है, बहुत कम लोग ऐसे होते हैं, though they are fortunate, वो लोग हेल्प नहीं करते हैं. So you being someone who is helping out someone who is not even close to you, आप जानते भी नहीं हो, कहीं दूर बैठा है वो, आप resources provide करते हो, आप contacts provide करते हो, that is also a kind of help. So definitely, even इतने सारे Twitter storms होते हैं, you support everyone. So that is a very good thing coming from you. Also, आपको लगता कैसे, जैसे you know जो प्यार मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स आप पे बरसाते हैं, तो how do you feel? मतलब ऐसे लगता है ना you are at the top of the world, या क्या फीलिंग होती है वो? Because I am not an influencer, तो मुझे तो ये फीलिंग के बारे में नहीं पता. So would you describe what kind of feeling that is, कि कोई इतना आपको मानता है कि you know, someone has also tweeted, if you are a medical student and you don't know Dhruv Chauhan, you are useless. तो कैसा लगता है जब स्टूडेंट्स आपके बारे में ऐसा बोलते हैं?
देखो ऐसा है कि ऐसे ट्वीट्स पे तुम्हें नहीं जाना चाहिए. बेसिकली वो ट्वीट भी इसलिए डालते हैं जिससे उन्हें रीच मिल सके. तो इट्स ऑलवेज लाइक दैट ओनली कि मतलब ट्विटर पे तो ये सब खैर चलते रहता है, कुछ भी फन बनाने के लिए. बट हाँ, एज यू आस्क्ड कि लाइक कैसा लगता है मुझे, तो मतलब शुरू में ना जैसे जैसे ये सब स्टार्ट हुआ मेरे साथ कि हाँ ध्रुव चौहान तुम्हें वो भी जानता है, वो भी जानता है, लाइक मेरे फ्रेंड ने तुम्हारी स्टोरी शेयर, तो इट वाज ऑलवेज वेरी एक्साइटिंग फेस. मतलब एकदम डीपोलराइजेशन के फेस में चला जाता हूँ मैं, ठीक है. बट यू नो, वी ऑल नो दैट कि डीपोलराइजेशन भी एक टाइम पे जाके एक प्लेट्यू फेस से वो एक उस फेस पे आके रुक जाता है, ठीक है. तो जब कोई चीज तुम्हें कॉन्सिस्टेंटली मिलती रहती है, तो यू बिकम हैबिचुअल, काइंड ऑफ एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस. तो मैं भी रेसिस्टेंट हो गया हूँ इन सब चीजों से. अच्छा लगता है, बहुत प्राउड फील होता है, ठीक है. बट अपने लिए नहीं, तो मैं कभी कभी खुश करने का मन करता है तो घर में बता देता हूँ कि हाँ आपके बेटे को सारे मेडिकल कॉलेजेस वाले जानते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स जानते हैं, काफी लोग पहचानते हैं, तो अच्छा लगता है. इट्स अ प्राउड फीलिंग, तो आई मस्ट से दैट.
Thank you so much. Now, one of the questions that you know everyone would want to know, कि जब आप कुछ नया करते हो and you are succeeding, a lot of people try to pull you down, you know, कि भाई तू ये सब क्या लिखते रहता है, या फिर you know some people are like ये तो लिखते ही रहता है, ये तो व्लॉगिंग करते रहता है, इसको तो पढ़ाई में ध्यान नहीं है, या you know there are a lot of people who even backbitch कि यार this person is not doing well in terms of his education, और ऐसे तो व्लॉगिंग करता है, he wants to just be famous. तो इनिशियली ये बहुत हुआ होगा, अभी तो पीपल वुड स्टार्टेड यू नो रिस्पेक्टिंग यू एंड योर टैलेंट, बट जब इनिशियली आपके साथ ऐसा होता था, हाउ डिड यू मैनेज टू यू नो मेंटली स्टे स्टेबल? क्योंकि ऐसा सब होता है तो नॉर्मली पीपल यू नो बंद कर देते हैं लिखना, लाइक नहीं, they are you know people start mocking at you, एकदम बेइज्जती सी मार देते हैं. तो what kind of steps did you take when such things happened to you? आपने तो बोला आपके दोस्त ही ऐसा कर रहे थे कि they started you know abusing you, or maybe started not to talk to you, और controversies हो जाती है तो they're not your friends anymore. तो ऐसा सब होता है तो कैसे मैनेज करते हो?
Okay. You know, basically you like देखो ऐसा है कि जब मॉक होता था मैं शुरू में, तो हाँ थोड़ा बुरा लगता था. इट वाज अ वर्स्ट फीलिंग काइंड ऑफ कि यार मतलब people should support you but you do not get support. But you know then I thought के मतलब अब जो चीज नॉर्मल का मेरा पैटर्न सी बन गई थी ना, उस चीज को मैं थोड़ा चेंज करना चाह रहा था. मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. यू नो आई वाज एक्चुअली गोइंग अगेंस्ट द फ्लो इन व्हाट सेंस कि हाँ नॉर्मली जो पीपल थे दे बिलीव के यार एनाटॉमी, फिजियो, बायोकेमिस्ट्री यहीं से पढ़ के जिंदगी है, इसके आगे कोई जिंदगी नहीं है. मैंने कहा कि यार तुम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हो. देयर इज अ लाइक ह्यूमन इज अ यू नो ह्यूमन इज एनॉर्मस कैपेबिलिटीज, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। मैंने उन्हीं अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज को एक्सप्लोर किया। मैं लिखता था, मैंने और अच्छा लिखा, लोगों को पसंद आया तो मैंने और बेटर इंप्रूव किया, और मैं आज तक इंप्रूव ही कर रहा हूँ। ऐसा नहीं कहूंगा कि मैं बहुत बेस्ट बन गया हूँ। आई एम स्टिल इंप्रूविंग इन ऑल द सेंसेस, इन एवरी सेंसेस। तो बेसिकली यू नो, आई जस्ट whosoever विल वॉच दिस वीडियो, मैं उनको एक बात ही कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारी बॉडी के अंदर, ठीक है, आर्टरी का फंक्शन क्या होता है? लाइक आर्टरी का फंक्शन होता है ऑक्सीजनेटेड ब्लड कैरी करना, राइट? बट पल्मोनरी आर्टरी का फंक्शन क्या होता है? अपोजिट, ठीक है। तो हमारी बॉडी जो है वो खुद सिंबलाइज करती है कि गोइंग अगेंस्ट द फ्लो इज नॉर्मल, you can go against the flow and you can do better, you can do best. So this is what I want to say people, like you can do amazing even if you go against the flow, but the one thing that should be consistent in you is persistence. Keep going, even if you're going through hell, keep going. Why would you stop in hell?
Okay. Apart from this, I would also like to know something about you. So there's some tradition that we follow, and it's very, popular on Instagram, like 60 seconds with a celebrity. So you are some of the medical celebrities that we consider. So we want to ask you certain questions, and you have to answer it in one go. So let me just put my camera also on portrait. Yeah, am I visible?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 60 seconds with Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. You have to you be very spontaneous. आप break नहीं ले सकते, pause नहीं ले सकते. Okay. Okay. So what's the best thing about you?
I think my persistence towards my
What
work.
is the one thing you cannot live without? You just have to describe in 1 or 2 words. What's the one thing you cannot live without?
Oxygen.
Who have you learned about being an influencer?
Swami Vivekananda.
Who's your style icon?
No one.
You have to be spontaneous. Do you play any music instruments?
No.
What's your favorite TV show?
I don't watch any TV show anymore now.
Okay, what's your favorite series? Any Netflix series or any series that you have watched?
Dark.
Okay, what's the biggest surprise you have ever had?
Getting admission in medical college.
Oh, what's your worst habit?
Like when I got mocked by my own friends.
Who's your role model?
What? I didn't get your question.
Who's your role model? Who is your role model? Again, okay. What's your biggest weakness?
I think emotion.
What's your biggest strength?
I think belief.
What's the biggest learning experience you have had?
In medical college.
What's your idea of a perfect doctor?
Belief. Again.
What's the one thing you wish you could give up but you cannot? Like something that is very favorite. For example, I love chicken but I cannot give it up. So something like that you want to give up but you're not able to.
Dal makhni.
So you want to give up dal makhni. You're already fit. Okay. What's a cause that is important to you?
What's the
cause? Any cause that is important to you? Any change or any cause? Any change that is important?
IMS. I want to work for Indian Medical Services, just like IAS.
Okay. What's the best compliment you have ever received?
If you don't know Dhruv Chauhan, you aren't a medical student.
Okay. When are you the most inspired?
I guess the only man who inspires me in my life is my father.
Okay. Sweet or sour? What do you like?
Sour.
What makes you smile the most?
What makes me?
smile the most?
When I see my father smiling.
What's the one thing people don't know about you?
How I bring up so many thoughts.
So, okay, we'll talk on this later. So, flats or sneakers? Flip-flops or sneakers? What do you like?
None of them.
Vintage or new?
Huh?
Vintage or new?
New.
What are the 3 things you cannot live without?
I would repeat the same question. I mean, I would repeat the same answer that I answered earlier. But in this,
3
I would
things.
also, but since you have asked 3 things, so apart from oxygen, I would say my family.
Okay.
Of course, the loved ones in my life.
Okay. The third one? You cannot consider oxygen. This is not a science question.
Okay. What about my heart, my brain?
This is not a science question.
Okay.
Third
I
thing, dal
think
makhni, and I'll answer it.
without purpose.
Without purpose. Okay. What's your current TV character obsession? Any TV character or movie character that you're obsessed with?
Vidyut Jamwal. Vidyut Jamwal.
Okay. What's the most adventurous thing you have done in your life?
I think it's in first year of my MBBS when I broke the glasses of my own medical college.
How would you define yourself in 3 words?
I don't think so that I can be defined in 3 words.
Okay. Still, if you have to.
Okay. The strongest things that I have is my belief, my persistence, and my kindness, maybe, towards things.
What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own?
My apron.
What's inspiring you in your life right now?
To make my father MLA.
What's the best piece of advice you have ever received from someone?
Never give up.
What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them?
How they look at my eyes.
Great. What's your biggest regret?
Some things goes personal.
Okay. Anything that you want to share on the same lines? Any regret that you would share publicly?
No.
Okay. What's your favorite pastime?
Pastime. Writing tweets.
What's your guilty pleasure?
Spending time on phone.
So you're guilty, but you are pleasured by using your phone. Okay. What book did you finish recently?
My final year entire MBBS books. All the 9 subjects. Apart
How
from
do you
that, I
start your day?
haven't read anything else. Huh?
How do you start your day?
By waking up.
What's your favorite holiday destination?
Okay. It's Kerala.
Okay, if you could rate one student's closet, who would it be?
One student's what?
Closet. If you could rate one student's closet, who would it be?
Okay. Then I can't tell you personally. Like, ये थोड़ा अगर if
Personal
you would
question.
watch that, दिक्कत हो जाएगी.
Okay. If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
Okay. Like, of course, if you would say, like, of course, like, if you talk about my favorite persons, I would say it my martial artist icon, that is Vidyut Jamwal. But if you talk about my friends, so I have one or two people.
Okay, this is getting
Can't
more than
name
60
them.
seconds, but I'm enjoying it. So let's continue. Okay, no issues. What's one thing you have always wanted to try, but you are too scared of?
Paragliding. Paragliding.
Okay. What's the one thing you wish you knew at the age of, say, 18, but you know it
18.
now?
18.
Something that you wish you could know at the age of 18, but you were too late to, that thing, to know that thing. What is that one thing?
I wish I would have studied anatomy in it at the age of 18. When I was roaming on the streets with my scooty.
Besides a phone or wallet, what's a couple of must have in your purse items?
In my?
In your wallet, like in your purse items. Apart from your phone or wallet, what's the one thing that you carry the most with you?
Khatu Shyam Baba. Shri Krishna, Khatu Shyam.
Okay. If you were not a blogger, what would you be doing?
I would be called a rich student of MIT University doing biotechnology.
What's something you can't do?
Lot of things. Specify.
Yeah, that is what you specify. What is something that you cannot do? Like, for example, some cannot publicly speak, or, some cannot eat non-veg.
Yeah, I'm a pure vegetarian. Okay. Now, I cannot jump from the 10th floor and expect myself to be alive. I cannot I cannot stand in front of my principal and tell you are, oh, this I should not say.
No, it is about your abilities, what you cannot do. Like, you cannot publicly speak, or you cannot dance, or you cannot sing, something like that.
I am not good at dance. So yeah, publicly I don't dance usually. Only thing I know is Nagin dance that I can do like mindlessly. But
okay. What's the best vacation you have ever had?
Vacation. I think it's in Trambakeshwar.
Okay. What's the one city you always been dreamed of traveling to?
This includes many places, to be honest. But yeah, Norway is one of that.
What's something you always travel with? Except phone. Except phone.
I think that's this. Tulsi Mala.
Okay. What's your favorite food?
Dal makhni.
Favorite dessert?
As such, koi nahi.
Favorite snack?
I don't know. Huh?
Favorite snack?
Pakode.
What's a movie that made you cry?
Okay. Recently, Shiddat.
What's the one talent you wish you had?
Okay. I think doing a stand-up comedy.
Where do you see yourself in next 10 years?
Somewhere on screens.
Okay. What's the cutest thing on planet Earth?
Probably, someone who is not smiling and making them smile.
That's cute. I asked, what's the cutest thing?
Cutest thing. To me, they are dogs.
What's the best thing? What's the best thing that has happened this year?
Clearing my final year MBBS examination and passing them.
What's your favorite cocktail?
I don't.
What's a movie that makes you laugh the hardest?
that makes me love the
Laugh
hardest.
the hardest.
Laughter the hardest. Hera fairy.
What do you usually eat for dinner?
It varies. जो मैस का गंदा खाना मिल जाए मैं खा लेता हूँ.
For lunch?
जो भी मैस गंदा दे दे खा लेता हूँ again.
Okay. What do you drink? Tea or coffee?
Tea. All the time. It's basically antidepressant, painkiller. So it's not tea. You should ask what medication do you take for reliving
Headache.
in medical college. So I do take tea as a medication.
What's your favorite thing in the world?
I think it's peace.
What's your favorite color?
Sky blue.
Oh, I thought it was white again. What color clothing do you wear the most? I'm sure this is white.
I guess white too.
What are the 3 words to describe the place you live in? Where do you live?
Okay. I would describe you in different sense and you have to understand it yourself. Okay. Wild forest. Okay. Virana. And, Mother Dairy ke paas.
So what is that place that you live in? Like, which city do you live in?
You're asking my residence or my permanent residence or my temporary residence?
Both.
I'm from New Delhi, but I live in Hapur in my hostel, like as you can see in the back.
Do you like surprises?
I don't believe in surprises.
If someone wants to send you anything as a token of love, what address would it be? That is for our
What?
viewers. If someone wants
Like
to
what?
send you a token of love or appreciation, at what address do they send? This is for our viewers. If they want to send, you can, yeah.
They should send me in hostel only because घर में send करेंगे तो मेरी बहन ले जाएगी वो.
What's the one
कहेगी
thing you
मेरे-
had? What's the one thing you had to learn the hard way?
What's the one thing? Hard way.
What's the one thing that you've learned the hard way?
Okay, you mean in short, difficult to learn, right? Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a lot of things like that, but I tried playing violin. I found it difficult.
Okay. What's the one thing you are tired of?
Can't think of anything like that. I'm always excited for everything.
Who do you turn to when you are sad?
I just go on my roof and talk to myself.
What's a trend you would like to see disappear forever?
टिकटॉक को तो करवा दिया. सोच रहे हैं अभी जो इंस्टाग्राम की रील्स बन रही है ना आजकल अनोइंग वाली, उनको भी हटवा दे.
Okay. So here ends our question and answer series. It was really nice knowing about you and talking to you. And you can leave your mail address. We'll be sharing that in the comment box. So if someone wants to, send a token of appreciation or love, they can definitely send it on that address. Anything, any message that you would like to give to the young doctors or the young medical students?
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I would like to end up with this. See, a lot of people think in medical college they are not capable for what they are doing, like to come out of this zone and do something big. Like वो हमेशा कहते हैं कि यार तुम कैसे इतना कुछ कर लेते हो, डिस्पाइट स्टडीज भी कर रहे हो, वो भी सब सही चल रहा है, उसके अलावा भी तुम इतना कैसे करो. तो व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज दैट कि कोई वीक नहीं है. इन कोएक्टेशन ऑफ एओर्टा, लाइक फर्स्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट्स से लेके मेडिकल स्टूडेंट तो सब जानते हैं कि कोएक्टेशन ऑफ एओर्टा क्या होता है. उसके अंदर क्या होता है, जो आर्टरीज होती है ना, you know arteries and vessels are weaker than the ribs, right? Ribs are stronger, but जो arteries होती है ना, वो with time coarctation of aorta में ribs को erode कर देते हैं. Do you understand its meaning? कि arteries और vessels एक rib को कैसे erode कर सकते हैं, ऐसा coarctation of aorta में होता है. तो basically like जब इतने light vessels इतनी hard bone को erode कर देंगे, तो वो कैसे कर लेते हैं? इट इज विद परसिस्टेंस. वो परसिस्टेंसली लगे रहते हैं, लार्ज होती रहती हैं आर्टरीज और लगे रहते हैं और वो इरोड करके मानते हैं. तो बेसिकली व्हाट आई वांटेड टू टेल यू विद दिस एग्जांपल इज दैट कि परसिस्टेंस से और कंटिन्यूटी से you can do anything. You can erode any vessel, you can erode anything, you can reach wherever you want. The only solution is keep going. Keep going and keep having the belief, whatever you want, just do it. क्या दुनिया कह रही है वो तो कभी कंसर्न ही नहीं होना चाहिए तुम्हारा. क्या तुम्हारा दिल कह रहा है, this is the only concern that you have to follow. So go ahead and always go ahead.
Okay. And now the last thing for the session today would be how one can be the Dr. Dhruv Chauhan. अगर किसी को बनना है, what all abilities one should have.
See, इसको भी मैं अपने उस एग्जांपल में ऐड करना चाहूंगा कि अपने आप को ना, जो भी कुछ कर रहे हो तुम उसमें एसिमिलेट कर लो. ठीक है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन के टाइम पे, सिंस आई एम नोन फॉर ऑल दिस स्टफ, आई वुड लाइक टू गिव एग्जांपल थ्रू दिस स्टफ. ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन के टाइम पे यू हैव टू मेक श्योर कि सामने वाले का जो डोनर का RH फैक्टर है या फिर तुम्हारा जो RH कंपैटिबिलिटी है, तुम्हारी एंटीबॉडीज, सब कुछ मैच करना चाहिए. लाइक एवरीथिंग हैज टू बी मैच्ड. 100% कंपैटिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए. ठीक है, ठीक उसी तरीके से लाइक मतलब बेसिकली तुमको भी ना अपने आप को जिस भी फील्ड में डाल रहे हो उसमें अपने आप को पूरा डाल दो, पूरा कंपैटिबिलिटी से डाल दो, अपने आप को मिक्स कर दो, उसमें एसिमिलेट कर दो. जैसे ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन में डोनर का ब्लड रेसिपिएंट में मिक्स होता है, वैसे ही तुम भी अपने आप को उस फील्ड में कर दो. तो बेसिकली व्हाट आई हैव डन, मैंने अपने आप को इस फील्ड में अपने आप को लाइक पूरा एसिमिलेट कर लिया है, मेडिसिन को अपनी जिंदगी मान लिया है. और व्हेन यू थिंक लाइक दैट, एवरीथिंग बिकम्स इजी. फिर तुम्हें लगता नहीं है कि ये मेडिसिन, ये फील्ड अलग है तुमसे. जो चीज तुम में ही है उस चीज को करना कभी मुश्किल नहीं हो सकता. तो बिलीव योरसेल्फ. ठीक है, हैव अ गुड बिलीव, हैव अ गुड परसिस्टेंस एंड गो अहेड.
Thank you so much for your answers. It was really nice interacting to you. आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला and इतने सारे एनाटॉमी तो मुझे भी नहीं आती है. मुझे भी देखना पड़ेगा. And we'll definitely learn a lot. You are definitely someone who's very inspiring. And आगे चल के अगर आप और भी ज्यादा बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर बन जाए तो again we'll look back and see what all journey you are having. बहुत ही अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, and we hope that we have this kind of sessions again and we would get this opportunity that you come here and inspire a lot of people. Thank you so much for joining Dr. Dhruv Chauhan.
थैंक यू सो मच अलीशा. मुझे बता देना लिंक कहाँ पे आएगी वीडियो. I can share with my people. Yeah, thank you so much.
So our next speaker, the next guest speaker that we have for the conference moving ahead is Dr. Mayuk Pandit. He is a researcher and the best in his field. He is also the director. Am I audible? Okay. So the next speaker that we have for today is Dr. Mayuk Pandit. He is the director of Inflame International Medicine and Clinical Research Wing of the Inflame magazine and news. He is also serving as the chief of stem cells cell biology and Regenerative Medicine Department of the Nyakoti University of Holistic Medicine. He is also honored as the chair of anatomy in the same. He's also the board of certified researcher in anatomy and received his honor from Research Bureau Veritas. He is also the honored and elected as the Honorable International Coordinator of prestigious Indian Stem Cell Research Group Association. He has won Research Excellence Award 2020 for his research paper entitled Suicide Disease, which is published in Indian Journal of Medical Psychiatry. He's also the recipient of honorable title, that is Asia's Best Researcher in Anatomy 2020 under the Nobel Research Prize conducted by ISSN Awards. He has also won the Best Peer Reviewed Award of 2021 for Indian Journal of Neuroscience. He is also the proud recipient of Best Peer Reviewed Award of year 2021 from Indian Journal of Clinical Anatomy and Physiology, and is also a peer reviewer in almost 15 to 20 international journals. So we are really we are really proud and honored that such a prestigious researcher is here with us today. So we welcome you, Dr. Mayuk Pandit. I think he is taking some time to connect. We'll just hold on for a minute or so that he can join. I guess Dr. Mayuk Pandit will be joining us shortly. So meanwhile, I'll just tell you something about our organization, that is Federation of Medical Students Association. If any one of you watching wants to join our association, you can follow us on Instagram. Our Instagram handle is @FMSA India, FMSA INDIA. You can DM us or mail us at FMSA India Official and be a part of our organization. Our organization mainly focuses on academic and career orientation and awareness programs. Our organization also works for students' welfare, and we have certain conferences that we host every year. So we hope you all would be interested in joining the organization. Apart from that, we also have certain series of events that are going to be occurred after the conference. That is, the entries of the events are started. You can apply on the same registration link where you applied for the conference. You can send your entries at medxacon@gmail.com, medxacon@gmail.com, and you can win exciting cash prizes, which is sponsored, also a gift hamper from innovative publications. So stay tuned, and we have a lot to come. Even after the conference and events, you can always mail us for any queries, or you can also follow us on Instagram and DM us about your queries. So I guess we have Dr. Mayuk Pandit live with us. So I'll just hand him over to Dr. Mayuk Pandit. Thank you so much for joining, Dr. Mayuk. We hope that this session would be a life-changing for the viewers. So you are definitely the best researcher that one has ever dreamt of and looked for. So we have a couple of questions for you. Are you there, Dr. Mayuk?
Yes, greetings to the India's largest virtual conference, and greetings to our audience. And I would like to thank Alicia Lakhani for. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you're live now. You're visible now, yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. First of all, greetings to the audience for participating in India's largest virtual medical conference. And I would like to thank Alicia Lakhani to you for conducting such wonderful event. And yeah, good evening.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to, congratulate you and thank you for taking out time and, attending this conference. We have a series of questions that we would like to hear from you so that the students can, grab and try in their careers to be a researcher of a kind. So the first question, sir, that I would like to ask you is, enlighten us with your introduction firstly and your marks that you've made so far, and who could be your source of motivation, and what could be the source of motivation for the medical students who are watching this conference.
Yeah. Firstly, I am currently working as chief of stem cell biology and regenerative department in Nyarkoti University of Holistic Medicine, which is accredited with Ministry of Health, Welfare and West Africa's first medical college, accredited with CTVET, Council of Commission Technical and Vocational Education. I am also serving as head of the Department of Anatomy and have been honored with Distinguished Chair of Anatomy Lab in the following universities. And if I speak up about my accomplishments, which you have mentioned in the introduction, yeah, I am the recipient of Young Researchers Award, Asia's Best Researcher in Anatomy, and I have bagged near about 9 international and national awards. So in total, I have made a record of 17 publications based on my clinical observation inventions. And I have also authored 3 books, which are going to be published in the upcoming publishers of the IP publication. And I have also been honored with prestigious position. I'm holding a title of membership in American Academy of Neurology, European Academy of Neurology, International Parkinson and Movement Disorder Society, and many other prestigious international
Hello, are you there? Hello, you mute.
yeah,
So you're
yeah, yeah.
yes,
Am I audible? Okay.
yes,
Sorry
you're
for
audible.
yeah. Sorry for the interference. I think I was
No
disconnected.
issues.
Yeah. So yeah, this is it.
Okay, so moving forward, what could be the source of motivation for the medical students?
Source of motivation for research, if I discuss about my journey, how did I become a researcher? Since from my childhood, I have seen lot of pain, I have seen lot of death due to lack of at that time, at the age of 13, I do not used to understand what is research, what is that. So when I was at the age of 13, I have seen lot of sufferings, I have seen lot of death. So at that age, I used to dream that we are advancing with such technology, with such advancement in progress, which are technology which are making our life better and comfortable. So why not any improvement I am observing in the field of healthcare? Why not there is any development in healthcare? I have seen my own family member who have suffered from cancer and he passed away, and I have seen lots of death due to incurable. So at that time, I dreamed that when I would become a doctor, I would launch a cancer hospital, and that cancer hospital and a research center which would be absolutely free for people so that they could come to my hospital, they could get treated, and they could get cured permanently, and then they could lead the rest of their life happily and prosperously with their family members. So this was a very very silly dream which we all have mostly in our childhood, that we want to become this, we want to become that. I also wanted to become medical scientist, which was very unique apart from being a doctor. So I have this thing because I wanted the technology which we are inventing, which we are developing, to implicate in our healthcare, so that majority of people, because there are many of the diseases, many of their incurables are existing. So at that time I have given a thought about this, and I made this as a dream that I will work hard for it when I will grow old. So this way I have thought about. Now that dream came true at the age of 20, when I was 20 years, when I was admitted to our first year medical college, when I was being taught about when we were being taught about the distribution of cranial nerves in our anatomy lab. So our head of the department, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Agarwal, was demonstrating us about the various distributions of the cranial nerves. And there was one particular nerve, the nerve name you will all later be knowing. That nerve could produce the world's most excruciating pain. I hope you know all those. That nerve is the trigeminal nerve. So that trigeminal nerve could produce the world's most intensive and excruciating pain, and the most unbearable pain which an humanity can suffer. So, and many of these people who are suffering from this disease commit suicide. They start to develop psychiatric disorders, and 50% of the person who have suffered from this disease have committed suicide. So likewise, I have this thing fascinated me, that why not any improvement have been done to the treatment. So I did a vast research from first year to third year. I have read almost all articles about it. I did a very vast research that what are the possibilities, what could be the future possibilities, and what are the current modalities, current treatment option for this, like the medication mostly included for this disease. This disease is also termed as suicide disease because of its because the 50% of patients commit suicide of the huge suffering. So there are basically there are basically medication which controls this. These are anticonvulsants, carbamazepine, baclofen, phenytoin, and out of that, carbamazepine is the drug of choice. And in surgery, it was found that MVD, microvascular decompression surgery, is the most efficient surgical procedure. But after 12 to 15 years of that operation, there were very chances of recurrences. So what happened, chances of recurrence, and also there was a chances of Teflon granuloma. So then this thing fascinated me, that there is ultimately no permanent cure for trigeminal neuralgia. So this thing have aroused my mind that something needs to be done. This thing needs to be cured. So I worked hard for 3 years and efficiently, and went through all research papers. I went through a lot of struggles, faced huge obstructions, difficulties in life, because in India, conducting research is very difficult, and because it is not totally promoted here, it's not totally supported, and people think that practicing the traditional way of medicine, Western medicine, is good, and it will face money, it will face everything. So no one is there to develop or change the system. So when you are walking against the system, you will face definitely huge obstruction, failures, and difficulties. So this way, I had this thing inside me that this needs to be addressed, this problem needs to be cured. I gave my hard work. I used to work very hard for 12 to 15 hours a day. And after studying, after proper research, I came to a conclusion. I came with the discovery, after many failures of my trials, I came with the ultimate discovery for this disease, for the trigeminal neuralgia. And I have made a record of, and my first publication was made on 2017 in the month of September in the Indian Journal of Neurosciences. That was the first success for me being a student at that time. So after that, my work got recognized. I got invited from various committees, various societies to present my work. And likewise, I made a publication after that, and the success I have recorded all my success in my publications in good international journals with high index journals. So this way, I progressed, and I got my life's first biggest achievement in the month of August, September. In the month of August in 2019, I got awarded with India's youngest researcher award for my work and paper suicide disease. So this was my journey from a very struggle, from very obstructive journey to a success. And after that, likewise, progressively, I started with trigeminal neuralgia, and that led to be inspired to cure other form of neurovascular compression syndrome. And now I have accounted the discovery of almost 13 neurological disorders which have no ultimate and permanent cure. So this way I progress. And but you might ask that how can someone, because most of my students have asked that how could you progressively go ahead in your life by facing such obstructions. So I basically followed a 3P rule which I always follow, that is practice, persistence, and perseverance. This is to my all students. So if these three things are there inside you, if you are very hardworking, if you practice the work you do daily, so you would definitely meet a success. And if you are very persistent, no matter what comes in your life, no matter what failures you lead, and if you are perseverance, and if society doesn't implicate you, so society doesn't affect you, the work you are doing, because research is a very noble profession and it's a very difficult profession. So to walk to this path is very difficult, and you have to have this 3P rule inside you. Now, another thing I want to address here, I thought it's a very, because since it's India's largest virtual medical conference, I want to address to the our policy makers of our healthcare, is that the conventional education system of our country, of most of our country, teaches us to be in herd of cattle. They always teaches us that this is the syllabus, this is the thing you have to cover, then you become a doctor, then you go for your practice, and this way you lead your life, you earn your degrees, and you go like this way. But none of our education system supports research. Research simply means re-investigating the facts. So our conventional education teacher system teaches us this way, to be in the herd of cattle, to be like everyone what is doing. And if you are against that system, the system will definitely go against you. By serving as the chief of Narcotic University of Holistic Medicine for a few months, I am saying this with fact that there is a huge difference in the system which is adopted in West Africa's first holistic medicine, which they have accredited with Ministry of Health here. There is a very good and revolutionary education system they have adopted, and which I think Indian healthcare system should also adopt. Is that they are currently accredited with CityVet, and there is a policy that you have to teachers who are teaching these students, they themselves have to undergo a certification courses. They have to undergo a facilitating certification courses, workshops by the system, by the Ministry of Education, and that is compulsory for every teacher. So there is a huge progress in West Africa's first holistic medicine college, which is founded by Professor Dr. Rafael Norkoti. He is the father of modern naturopathy, and he have brought this change in his system, in his country. And he is really a great personality in the West Africa to brought such system, to brought change in that system. So this is the, and also I would like to add that they have mandated research credit points to their syllabus, to their curriculum, that you have to present a paper, you have to submit a paper in order to pass your exam, in order to get a degree, you have to present paper in yearly per year. So this is a huge revolutionary education system which needs to be brought in every sector across the world. So I felt a glitch in our Indian medical system, that research should be prioritized. Any student who want to, and I feel from my perspective, research should be mandated, because you become a doctor, but if you have some, you can contribute some 1 to 2% of your time to find out that there is a possibility of a good treatment other than what the treatment exists. So I think there will be a very great difference in saving the lives of millions of people out there. So following the following the system, following the our Indian being the subjective of Indian healthcare system, I found that there are some points need to be addressed, need to be developed to our Indian education system, so that our students can get the mindset to do something, to contribute something for the society and save millions of lives for out there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the next question that I would like to ask you is, how did you take up research as a passion, and what kind of motivation that you have that you chose research as a career? Sometimes people think it's too risky to choose research as a career. Maybe you cannot have a good future. So, what do you think about the same, and why did you choose research as a career?
Yeah, that's really a great question, Alicia. And this is the most question I have got from my students, from many of the youth audience out there, that if we choose research as a career, we will not be financially stable, or we might get recognition, but we will not be stable in life. That's a very utmost question. How I chose as this, I told my life journey that I wanted to do something good for our humanity. I wanted to contribute something because I saw huge development of technology in our era, which are making our lives better. But why not utilizing this technology and implicating and devoting whole my life to find out the cure of the incurable? So I have this mindset, and what is the most important most important element of being a researcher is that you should not have a money minded mindset. If you have if you think that I will become a researcher to earn money, so you will not be, you might get a prize, you might be in a position, but that path will not take you long. Okay, and if you come, yeah, definitely you can commercialize at a point where you would be a very successful when you are seeing that it is benefiting people. So basically entering research, you have to have a mindset that I will devote my life for the people, by the people. So this thing should be implicated in your mind if you are choosing this path, because this path is very difficult. Living in our Indian education system, you have to go against the system, you have to present papers against the conventional way of treatment, against the conventional way of policies. So this is very difficult, but if you are success in it, definitely a huge success, huge recognition, and huge financial stability would be there for you. Because always remember, when you do good something for the people, you will always get repaid by today or tomorrow. You would always be repaid. So that's not a thing that you won't be financially stable. Definitely you would be. So if you want to be a researcher, you should have a very devoted mindset, you should have a very dedicated mindset, and you should be absolutely money-free minded mindset type of people should are welcome in the research field.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, I would like to ask you, what is a message or anything that you would like to share to the young medicos that are with us through this interview?
Yeah, firstly, I would like to thank my audience, my dearest medical students who have participated in such program in India's largest virtual medical event. And my advice would be to all of my students, especially students, that first ask yourself that what do you want to do in your life? This should be your prioritized question which you should follow. That ask yourself what I want to do in life. Do a brainstorm of thoughts about it. Okay, like what thing or what hob or what job or anything you want to continue your life forward, that you are working for 12 to 15 hours of time in that particular job or in that particular field, you will never complain of, or you will never regret of doing that particular job or particular thing. So you should first ask a basic simple question in your mind that what thing should suit the most. So, and after you have find out the question, next what you should do is that when you have found out the answer, yes, I want to do this thing, I want to do that, I want to opt this field, or if you are welcome to research, you are always welcome to do. You start believing in that, no matter, because society will try to bring you down. So, because it's a work of society to not to see the progress, not to see the change. So they want to be adapted in the conventional way, in the traditional way. That's why at this biggest platform, I would like to address the glitch of our system, that some changes need to be brought to produce efficient doctors, efficient scientists, which are required for proper society, proper healthcare of a society. So yeah, so when you find out the answer that what you want to do in your life, you start believing in it, and because it is your faith that will lead to the doors of the success. You always keep this thing in mind. You should always believe in yourself. Now, being an educator myself, being a faculty myself, I do not teach my students to be how to make money, how to be rich, or how to be very successful in life, how to be like you have to be in a herd of cattle, you have to be in a rat race and top your class. I never teach this thing. I motivate my students to follow their passion by heart, which will lead to the successful and beautiful life. I have full confidence in my students if I motivate them to take up their passion, to take up what they want to do, because majority of the things are implicated by the society, imposed by the society. So if someone follow their passion by heart, he will be able to devote 15 to 16 hours a day to that particular field out of any regret, out of any complaint. So follow that passion by heart, no matter what. And always remember this, I say in most of my conferences and most of my talk shows, is that every one of us is unique, and we possess a superpower ability inside every one of us. So dig out that superpower ability inside you. You work hard no matter what, and always ready to take challenges as failures. If you face failures, accept it, because failures are the first step to success. Because if you do not taste the failure, you will never taste what the taste of a success. You will never have that essence of success. So you should always keep this thing in mind. Failure will come, failure will always follow you, but you have to accept that failure. You have to learn from those failures, and you have to stay forward to your success. So if you follow this, you will definitely become the most successful and very passionate and very hardworking human who ever lived in the history of mankind. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mayur Pandit sir, to really appreciate the research and researchers in general, and to motivate others to pick up research as a career. We appreciate you taking out time and give this interview to us. We are really honored and delighted to have you here.
It's truly an honor. Thank you.
So our next speaker for the medical conference 2022 and the last for today is Rakesh Kumar Pandit sir. He is the leading publisher in medical and allied sciences and the director at the Innovative Publication Private Limited. So I would like him to say a few words towards the end of the day one of Medxa' conference 2022, powered by Federation of Medical Students Association. Sir, you are not audible. Rakesh, sir, are you there?
Yeah.
We cannot see you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now we can.
Hi, Alisha. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you all IMA teams. Good afternoon to all Indian Medical Association authorities, delegates, and today participants. Thanks to IMA for giving an opportunity to present about innovative publication. It's my immense pleasure to introduce myself, Rakesh Pandit, as a Director, Innovative Publication Private Limited, India, I would like to announce Innovative Publication is a sponsor partners of this program and a sponsor gift for winner of these programs. Please let me share today program presentation. Could you share me, allow to share me please, my screen?
Sure.
Is it my screen is visible, Alisha?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Innovative Publication is the leading publisher in India in publication of medical, dental, nursing, pharmacy, books and journals. We are publishing nearly 51 plus medical journals and allied health science journals, 200 plus books in medical science, and 35,000 plus authors are associated with Innovative Publication. Apart from that, 4,800 plus editors, reviewers, and more than 500 plus institutional libraries are associated with us, where we are supplying books, journals, research materials, e-books, e-journal, database, etc. in their library. More than 100 institutions are associated in different segment of the research and publication purpose. Apart from that, 300 plus subscription agents, booksellers, suppliers, distributors, nationally and internationally are serving with us for supplying the research paper, books and journals in Indian and international libraries. I would like to share Innovative Publication catalogs. These are the list of books where we are publishing and supplying these books in all medical colleges and institutional library. The catalog is very small. As you told, 200 plus books are we have published, and all are procured by in the Indian library institutions. These are the journals which we are supplying in all medical institutions library. These are the few catalogs, cover pages of the journals which we are serving and publishing regularly from 2012 to till from more than 10 years. All journals are publishing regularly and indexing with as per NMC or MCI previous guidelines. Innovative Publication Media Kit. Ma'am, my screen is clear? Yeah,
Yes,
Innovative Publication Media Kit. We offer our pharmaceuticals and institutions and pharmaceutical companies to advertise their products in our journals in different subject specialties. Innovative Publication is a publishing partner of various national or international publishing guideline authorities like Ultimatric. Ultimatric is a organization which provide the complete citation of the report of the journal. Source, it's the take care of the source of funding, articles source of funding. Clocks provide support us in digital archiving of the journals. We are the member of CAC, Council of Science Editors, UK, and we follow all articles. We create all articles DOI, digital object identification, with the help of Crossref. Apart from that, we are the member of Delhi State Bookseller and Publisher Association of India. We are member of the Federation of Indian Publisher, Federation of Indian Publisher, Indian Reprographic Organizations, and we strictly follow the plagiarism software that's called iAuthenticate or some 13 softwares, which is the globally recognized software for publication industries. So it's software, it's a unique software where totally take care of the plagiarism part. Apart from that, we are member of NISO, we are member of STM, and recently we have become member of ORCID. So to know more about our publishing programs and quality guidelines, please visit ipinnovative.com affiliation and membership programs. Innovative publication, IP online journals. We have the products called IP online journals where we providing creating an effective collection of library e-resources to acquire collections for library in the most of time and cost effective manners. It is especially designed for library to provide e-journals, e-database, e-books, etc. It helps researchers, students to access online digital resources for library, which provide full text, access of content and archives. It presently has the massive database of journal literature in various subject categories like medical, dental, nursing, pharmacy, etc. Innovative book collection for medical, dental, nursing, pharmacy, and health science. These are the few name of the books which we are publishing. Innovative publication, all books are available on various e-commerce website like Google. Innovative publication, all books are available with various platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, Atithi Book, and various book distributors across the globe. Why publish with innovative publication? Why choose book editing services? So we have a vast team for the providing author services like experience, academic publishing expertise, partnership, close authors publisher coordination in aspect of all publication, quality, communication, strong values, etc. Publication, publish with research, publish your research with us. Innovative publishes high quality peer review, open access articles in all specialties. Here are some reasons to publish with us and experience our exceptional services. Timely publication. Innovative
students are invited for research, publication, and guidance.
we invite all researchers and students to their research publication with innovative publication journals, a strong and rigorous peer review process.
Thank you, sir. And we wish that students would, tie up with innovative publication and would want to share research articles. As even Mayuk sir said, how important research is. We would be really glad that students would submit articles to your journal, and we would also ask certain doctors and students who are good at research to be one of the peer reviewers.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for sharing a few words on what your publication does.
Thank you, ma'am. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you. So here ends our first day of the conference. Tomorrow again we'll meet at 10 a.m. and we would be having a series of speakers. So for now, bye-bye, good luck, have a good time, and come back tomorrow again at the same time, 10 a.m. on the same channel in Flame Magazine. And we had a really wonderful time today, and hoping that tomorrow would also be the same and we'd get the same support and love from you all. Thank you. Bye-bye. And also follow Medxa' on Instagram. Our Instagram handle is MEDXACON. And for more further information on the events, you can email us on medxa.con@gmail.com or FMSA India official@gmail.com. Stay tuned.